ridge that
right,
I'm
with the
aiming at.
boxes?
I do. I'm
Alright,
also going to
sweet.
record this as well, because I think Prof is also recording, but I want to record and see what
Watch
time I can do.
that crack in the ridge line to your right.
There you go, Drizzle.
Just run straight up this.
Stay straight ahead.
There
And,
you go.
and
you
get
got
out of the canyon.
Jump the far side.
supplies, right?
Right here.
Oh, I don't have
And
the
we're
cooler now.
headed this
Let
way.
me,
Oh, you got a little bit of stuff on you, right?
yeah, I've got some stuff on me. I've got
Roger.
I've got oxypens. I don't have any.
Alright.
I have food. I have food.
Medical Pisces has a little bit of supplies on it, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should be fine.
Cool.
And in case you accidentally get a huge concussion, we can treat it here.
There you go. All right, ready whenever.
Yep. Fuck. The Medical Pisces is probably the best ship in the game, to be perfectly frank.
This is going to be a monster jump, so full yeet off this right here.
It's a great
I
ship.
fucking love it.
It's a great ship.
Had to.
It's okay. Grab that second little ridge there.
You ready?
Wheels weren't on the ground.
Yep. Ready whenever you are.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, you know the general direction we gotta head in.
Yeah, it's kind of a jump.
Yeah, now I'm slowly spinning down.
Alright, yeah.
Because
No
if I
worries.
had
Massive
some
canyons in
boost
front of
left, I
you.
could have avoided the rock that.
Or to avoid
I
that,
think
just, yeah, head to your
Alright.
right.
So jump here.
The rocks.
Lovely rocks.
Bring it a little
You
bit
sort
to
of
the
threaded
left.
them.
Drizzle, after that hill, kind of turn 15 degrees to the left. And you're going to go to the left of all this kind of...
Here, and you're going to
You
basically
got
make
massive rocks over these ridges. If you continue on your straight go,
Go to the left of all this garbage.
Timestamp 27. Tint, you
large rocks in
prioritize
front of you.
bigger jumps, I would assume.
Bigger is not what I'm necessarily looking for. I'm looking for flatter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jumps where he's not going to be jumping up as much as he's going to be jumping forward. All right.
You can climb out right here.
Same thing here, Decoy. I want you to come to this spot, make a slight left.
If you got a ridge line up here, you should be able to jump most of it. There's a couple of rocks inside of the crater.
It's going to be a little rough one that you get out, so don't hit it too hard. All right, you're going to go straight through all that stuff, hang a little bit to the
Jump
left.
off this edge, miss that rock there.
There you go, perfect, Drizzle. Just head on straight after that.
All right, then run along the ridge here. Jump this little ledge
This
here.
is
Make a
mostly flat.
left
You've
on
got
your
a
jump.
canyon coming up right in front of you.
Okay, left or right or over?
To the left.
Right, straight
You'll
out
be
of the
able to
canyon in front of you.
traverse along the entirety of the canyon if you head to the left.
All right, cool.
Yep, that little ridge in front of you, say to the right, and then go to the left once you've passed it.
Sounds good.
Yep, heading right. Just go along this ridge line. All the way through here. Yep, there you go.
Head up or stay left?
Stay left.
Just climb out of there any way you can, but take the climb out
right
slow.
where our lights are, you're gonna take a right.
All right.
Like right there.
Okay.
You're allowed to
Drizzle, you're
use.
just going to work
Get
through
yourself
that.
lined back up with the box.
You're not allowed to like shoot in the direction you want the person to go, right?
No, you can never fire the weapons.
Okay.
Firing
Because
the
you're
weapons is
support.
like, yeah, firing the weapons is like security alert, hostile in the area. Take down.
Yep. This
such and
is
such.
nice flat in front of you. Just thread the rocks and continue straight.
All right,
Got some slight hills coming
we
up.
should be pretty well clear on this line until we get up to the death rocks.
Roger.
Yep, there's a nice big open space right here.
Got a good jumpable lip right here. Try and take it right there.
You good?
Yeah, it just got hung up in the air.
Let's see here.
Yep, if you just go in between these large rock clusters.
Unlucky.
Yeah, it's a cyclone-sized rock. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
happened to be on the wrong angle.
Stuck on a single rock that could have stopped you.
Coming out the edge of the crater, there's some large rocks. If you head to the right, you'll be clear. Or you can go through it.
So,
Ah, bugger.
Drizzle.
Yep,
Yeah.
you can straighten out now. You'll be coming up to a ridge line.
Ooh,
Yep.
The
This is
slight
a
hill
jump
above that
opportunity.
is mostly clear. Just some slight rock outcroppings here and there.
Hey,
think
Drizzle,
I've
try
been-
to exit this right over here. Point it in
Are
this
you driving
direction.
backwards on purpose?
yeah, I accidentally turned myself around, so I just wait for the next ridge to do what I just did.
Not gonna lie, that was pretty fucking sick.
I found that it saves a lot of time to not fight it when you're backwards and just wait for the next ridge and then do a J-turn in the midair, like this. Just got myself spun around real bad. Lucky me, I have Citizen Aaron's ship. Oh, that was lucky.
All right. Deviate
That was
a little bit
really
left to miss this
Yeah, you got some
hill
rock,
in front
rock
of you.
outcroppings. If you spread them right front, the gap straight in front of you.
So go
Continue
ahead
on.
and
You'll be
head for
coming
me.
to a decline. It's mostly clear on your current trajectory.
All right, and then yeah, once you're past me, just resume aiming for the
Hey,
box.
Drizzle, exit over here on the right.
Keep going
There
straight.
you go. Turn right. Yep, go forward. Exit right
Gonna come
there.
up on a hill. You want to stick to the right.
Okay.
Come along up here and then straighten out once you get to this rock outcropping.
Okay.
There you go. And we're coming upon Team Aaron. You straight, you're directly ahead is the entrance to a canyon.
Drizzle, follow the canyon around.
If you want to go straight into it and do what they're doing and just follow the canyon around.
Alright, I'll follow the big bus. The Kiwi
Yep.
bus.
Caught up to me already.
The Kiwi bus. We started like
Kiwi bus.
we started nearly 6,000 behind. I don't know exactly.
They're in an Ursa, so
Woo!
they have some liberties.
Hardcore parkour.
Oh my god, you
Fucking
jumped
hell,
that
yeah.
so much
into
further.
The bullshit.
Keep going
decoy, so
around left, Drizzle.
I will try
He
and
Are
can
keep
exit
player
anytime.
racers allowed to shoot at each other?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The racers on the ground are.
The ones that
Oh,
are
no.
foolish enough to have a racing gun or a racing one with a gun. Although, yeah,
Like
I mean,
an Ursa Rover.
with an Ursa, you
Ballistas.
could do that. The Ursa's gonna be
Can't-
like the
can't
last
run
man
ballistas.
standing. It's gonna be cool. I'm
It's
excited
it's
to see
Ursas
that.
and Spartans only for truck division. They're not allowed to have ballistas or Centurions because that would be a problem.
I think
Really
on
would.
I think on practice we've seen like bunch of Spartans, right?
Yeah, a bunch of people are running Spartans this year. I think because they don't have the cooler issues in the same way that the Ursa does. So
It
they're
has cooler issues.
the coolers in the Ursa just die over time. The
Oh,
ones in the
3
Cyclone
hours.
actually do it too, but the Cyclones can finish the race before the Cyclones have lost their coolers.
I mean, it's quite sandy here, so like any
It's also hot
filters,
as fuck.
coolers,
They,
and
they
stuff,
do it on
yeah,
they
will
do it
die.
on Microtech.
You said left?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
just if you spawn it, it dies after like 5 hours.
I said
Yeah.
it's hot as fuck. But
Yeah, the
if
coolers will die
you
just with the vehicle powered
coming up
off,
on a
sitting
canyon, if
in
you
the
continue
support shit.
the way you're going. Alright, where are you going?
I
Where the
got
fuck
turned
are you?
around
Oh,
on
there you
some
are.
rocks. Go this way down the canyon.
Some
Yep.
heavily volatile chemicals there, I suppose.
Yep, follow that dark area up, Drizzle.
Yep,
They must
continue
be
through the
using
canyon,
ammonia
through
as
this ridge.
Yeah, yeah,
as
yeah.
a coolant.
Old style AC system.
Then you come back up this ridge right here, or to get into the next canyon.
Oh man, I'm hitting rocks left and right. That's my bad.
We're gonna catch him, Drizzle.
You will.
I'm sitting here wondering
I'm
what the
right
fuck
up
I've signed
there.
up for, eh?
You're gonna catch up to my corpse is what you're gonna catch up to. Up and over or left or right?
Up and over.
All right.
You entered a bad spot.
Keep going to the right. Or I'm sorry, Drizzle. Just keep going straight. Sorry,
over.
you can get out of there.
Yep, follow that little
Timestamp
gully.
11.2.
And then if you want to go where the lights are sort of hitting into a more leftward jump, and you'll be able to jump into a gully and then follow that for
All right.
a more clear path.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you,
I think I missed the gully.
Yep, unfortunately.
It's
So you
all
can
right.
go up and over.
Hey, Drizzle, let's go around to the right of that big hill in front of you. It
Yep, and
looks
then we'll
like
come up
there's less
on
rocks.
just a field of rock outcroppings and some ridge lines.
take a right around this stuff.
They're small.
And there,
We've
there
mostly
was
left
the
the
sudden
big
rock
canyon
change.
area.
Oh, that's where you got the rock shuffle?
Yeah.
For me,
yep,
it shuffled too.
Yep, I just got it. Okay. There you go.
Yeah, it was like just cross.
Check your box because you're way offline.
You can mostly just go straight through this.
Okay.
Avoiding the larger rock
Stay a
outcroppings.
little bit out of that gully on the right, but just follow that gully around to the left.
What is a gully?
So
It's kind
gully.
of a ditch.
Yeah,
It's a
Okay.
large ditch.
It's
Yep.
a large.
Unfortunately, we've entered a
Not
bad
It's a
field.
smaller valley.
yeah.
Okay.
Typically
Somewhere
between
in
two
between
fingers on a mountain range.
a canyon and a crick is a gully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crick is
Okay.
extreme.
Cricks are just ugh.
Stay to the right of that big rock, but then start going left.
Come on. It's like pushing me over.
Yeah, right in front of us, we
Have you
got
gotten
a
to
decent
drive
stretch
over
clear.
Woman Hollering Crick yet, Shrike?
Come again?
Have you gotten to drive over Woman Hollering Crick yet?
No.
On say on I-10 west
Good.
of Houston,
Good. Right,
there's
15 degrees.
a creek that is for some reason named Woman Hollering.
Oh, maybe I driven over it, but I never actually paid attention.
Yeah, there's a
In
sign on
between
the
those
side
two
of the
craters.
hallway, the highway. So as you're driving down
right.
I-10, you just go over a bridge that's just labeled as Woman Hollering Creek.
There you go.
That's hilarious. Is that in Houston?
Okay.
It's west of Houston, probably
Okay.
about an hour and a half.
That's
Yeah,
great.
it's between me and Houston, effectively.
Gotcha.
And Drizzle, let's keep staying to the right.
Houston's a fun town. Or I guess I should say.
Yeah, right now
city.
we're entering just crater pot marked Primordial Lakes area, and you're not gonna be able to avoid it.
All right.
If you can keep staying to the right,
It's
Drizzle,
sort
stay
of
to the right
smooths
of
out
that
right as you're
that crater
spot
that's
you're
coming
entering.
up. There
So
you
we're
go.
gonna be
You're
bumpy and
doing
Yeah,
good there.
just keep burning straight for your box. You're almost there.
It's so sandy.
Yeah, we
Welcome
could
to Daymar.
get the big wind.
And Drizzle, if you could come over this dark area right here.
Alright, starting to
And
get a little bit rougher. About to enter some
use me as a
ledges
direction
up
right
ahead.
here. So come under
Whoa.
the ship,
That was crazy.
and then in that direction.
All right, can you
Okay.
see me, Decoy?
Yes.
Cool.
But but due to the glare of the sun, I can't see the rocks. But nothing you can do about that.
I mean, I can get behind you and put the light on again, and we can see if that helps. But
There might be some
You
good
know, you were
tests.
talking about how far you can see lights. I can see
Does
Taco's
me
light.
being behind
4K out.
you, illuminating the area, help you at all, or would it be better if I was in front and you could just follow where I'd go?
If you want to like zoom out slightly,
Coming up under you now.
that'd be good. Or you can fly slightly ahead. Actually, no. What you were right then was perfect. You're a little far out, but it's perfect. Like if you just want to fly, I guess, kind of above me, and let your headlights just kind of reveal the
just a
terrain
little bit
ahead.
left.
Roger. Yeah, you got a valley
Maybe
right
kind
here.
of a squiggle to get.
So is this good?
I
Yeah, that's
got
great.
hung up on a rock.
Yep, you're about to enter a large valley,
All right.
especially if you just plow right through it and go up on the other side of the ridge.
Oh, good. If you can see me, I'm kind of over a clearish spot, and you can aim the direction
Oh
I'm
no,
pointing.
I had a rock boosting
But-
up. Oh gosh, it like sent me
And I
backwards.
boosted right into a rock.
I did that too just now. It's the worst.
Alright, we got some big old
I'm
canyons
gonna
ahead of
go.
us.
I'm gonna go pop myself right on top
Okay.
of the facility for you.
I'll do my best to illuminate the area.
So
They
we
Last
got
stretch
point
on
was
in both.
3.2.
They stretch on in every direction for as far as the eye can see. So
alright. So this is a
I'll try
canyon
my
area.
best to illuminate. Yep.
What's it look like if you could go scout out to the left and right, maybe 500 meters, and let me know what the terrain looks like? I'll use
Directly to the
marker.
left, you've got the end of the current ridge you're looking at, and it opens up into a large gully where you could go over to this over straight where I am and sort of navigate in the canyons.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to fight the ridges.
All right, keep it a little
Right
bit
here,
left.
you got
Igor.
that little ridge in front of you. If you want to go straight over that and then head to the right,
There you go.
and then it looks like it's smoothed out over here. You might be able to climb up on
And
top of
keep
these
going that
hills
way
and
just a little bit
then
longer.
avoid the rest of canyon territory.
All right, now come
Okay.
back towards me.
But yeah, right around there.
Let's give it a go.
Go straight. We're just gonna hit some hilly area instead of deep canyon gullies.
Okay.
Yeah, like right around here, you could straighten out your trajectory and face towards the box again. We're out of canyon territory as far as I can see.
Okay.
Even for rocky area, decoy, you was averaging about like 8 kilometers per 4 minutes.
Talk if you want to take a break so I can scan your cyclone and see what your health is at.
It's all right. I'm not
You want
worried
to
about
start
it.
favoring to the right, Drizzle?
There you go.
I've beaten this
Run
thing to
inside.
shreds in the past, and it seems to be doing just fine. We can take a break and scan it when we get to the eager place, and I get out and take a drink or two.
Roger.
On cycle.
Yep. Going straight. You just gotta have a field with some rocks in it.
It's like 4850 or thereabouts.
Yeah, I reset my timer instead of stopping it, so I have to go and look at my recording to.
That was a rock.
Still not bad at all.
Yep.
What
Yeah,
was
from-
total time? 48 minutes?
4850.
Nice.
Yep. You're coming up on a mountain that's about
I can probably do about 20
500
minutes
meters on your
more.
left. Stay to the
Okay.
right of
Sure.
that.
Well, let's
Just start threading between these two
get you
mountains.
loaded back in. And...
You headed back to Shubin? Or are you going on to the next stage?
I don't know,
Like, if you just want to turn
Shrek,
around
how
now,
long
you're
do you
not going to
got?
come across a jump for a while.
Aha! I'm not gonna come across a jump. I make my own jumps.
I can.
That was a
Yeah, I
rock.
can do
You
about
had a
20
collision,
minutes.
not a jump.
I guess that's true.
Yep, this is mostly flat. Nice,
Yeah,
some
this is
nice,
the-
good flat areas.
This is the burn. Now, when me
What
and
about-
Tint drove this the other time, we did hit some valleys and rocks. He stayed, I think you stayed to the right, kind of, Tint, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, and I went more
Yeah, we had
left.
big old discussions about this, staying to the right instead of going through the mountains.
All right.
The mountains make for a
Good
more
idea.
scenic route, but we shaved a couple minutes off.
Yeah, quite a bit.
You was asking something, Jen?
I'll say, Shrek, how much longer do you have?
Maximum half an hour, I think.
Okay.
Yep, if you continue on where I am currently, you'll be able to thread between two
Let's-
craters.
Let's head back for SCD-1 then.
Alright.
And
Going back to Shubin.
There's a cooler.
Yep. Get your asses in the Carrick, set your spawn in case you inevitably explode.
Oh no.
There's a cooler with beer in it.
Can't beat that.
Yep.
Inevitable beer.
Yep, the inevitable beer.
So, Drizzle, try to
Got
head
some
down in that valley
slight
right there.
ridges coming up.
If you could go to the right
They're
there.
mostly small, some
There you go.
opportunistic
That's pretty
jumping.
clear. And then head straight out of it, just in front of you to the left.
Yep, directly in front of you, there's a crater. Yep, just hang to the right. Directly in front again, you got some ridge lines coming up. Unavoidable.
Okay,
You might as
go
well scale
right
them.
about 10 degrees. Straight up that. Perfect.
We are 52.7 kilometers away.
Nice.
And then go to the left of that big hill.
Thanks for dropping those boxes off, Aaron. They're really great.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have something like that in the actual race? I guess next
Yes.
year.
Yes.
That's cool.
Team Purple got fucked.
It's
How
alright.
far away are we? Like, how far we been done?
They're coming across
Um,
2 craters. The one on the left is small. The one on the right
We're
is massive.
62K away.
Reddit.
Fucking hell.
Oh wow.
So-
And
Still, that's
30K.
impressive for the Ursa. You guys are only 12 kilometers behind me. I thought I'd be way more ahead of you guys than that.
Purple team
Um,
didn't make a cut.
Going straight,
We-
you've got a
we
crater
didn't.
coming up on your right. You'll be fine.
So stick on the
Go
right or
ahead
left,
into
or what do you
some-
mean?
Stick to the left of the crater. It's on
Alright.
the crater when you're going straight is on your right.
So far, we've gone 31K.
Yeah.
So we've been 1/3 of the way.
It's gonna be a
Mostly
long
just
day.
hilly areas. The mountain I'm currently hovering on, if you want to stay to the left of that.
Yep.
And just continue along through the gully, sort of, heading
It's really
directly towards the package.
It's really smart to leave your lights on in the day because I can see a lot better with the flashing lights.
Nice. That's why I'm in the medical Pisces.
There you go.
That and any inevitable. What the fuck?
All right. So here, I guess.
The card,
you
are
wanna
you
have a go,
shooting at
Aaron?
me?
No.
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 Are you dropping bombs?
Oh
Little
gosh,
fireworks.
Holy
Please,
fuck!
please drop a bomb on me.
that's
Please.
so
Please.
cool.
Please don't. Please don't drop a bomb on us.
No, it's like a flare.
Do we know
To
what
lead
the,
the way, except nuclear.
do we know what the kill radius is on one of those?
It's like what? 250
5.
meters?
Nah, it's
It's like-
1 kilometer.
Yeah.
It's 1 kilometer circle, so
Wow.
That's a
500
radius.
meters in any direction.
That
wild.
is a hell of a bomb.
I mean, did you see all the craters he's been leaving behind that we have to keep driving through?
True.
So you can scooch between those 2 mountains there, Drizzle.
He is directly in front of us, and that leaves me
It's alright.
We
my
wanna-
green taco. In the event that he drops a bomb on our location,
Look, we're
I
team
am out of
purple.
here.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Purple
Gonna cruise
purple
the
tortoise, man. Tortoise. We endure.
Exactly.
We've got hard shells.
Boosted.
We're made of
boosted.
rough
Slow and
stuff.
steady.
Yeah, Taco, you're heading straight for just a little mountain if you want to stay to the left of that.
Alright.
Like right over here. See my
After
wee-woo
you see
lights.
that mountain ahead, just go to the right of it.
Your wee woo lights, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Nice.
my wee woo lights.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Alright, it looks like the mountain ranges are starting to start up about
Yeah,
2
there's,
kilometers to
there's
the
the
left.
big mountain. I can't
If you
remember.
want to
Should we
stay to the right of those.
hang right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
So-
it doesn't look like the party marker
Stay on
Distance.
this side.
nameplate distance actually does anything.
Oh yeah, no, none of those settings do a damn thing.
Picard, could I potentially convince you to leave our vicinity with the A2? Because just
I've
seeing it on
two
my
extra-
screen makes me nervous.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'm not gonna drop.
No,
any
it's not
bombs.
fine. It's not fine.
It's alright. Don't lose your head. Just avoid him.
I'd fully drop a bomb just for that.
Run away.
Reinforce that insecurity.
You know, it'd be,
Oh,
it'd be epic if we discovered what the drop time is on each planet. And then we could be like, alright, how high up is he? That gives me, do some quick math. Okay, I've got 5 seconds to outrun the explosion.
If you have to do math
What?
before outrunning an explosion, just
All
go
right, if
ahead
you
and
want to stay
outrun
to
it.
the
Start
right
running.
of all of these mountains,
Well, you can do the
apparently
math.
I'm
follow the
in
lights.
cap.
We're gonna start
That's
entering
your
canyon
option, yeah.
territory.
Sorry, Rex.
Was that-
Am I
It's
going left
directly-
or right?
You're going right. Directly in front of you is canyon territory.
All right.
Decoy, do you know why it thinks I'm in capped?
No.
Did you get hit by a
You
bomb?
should be able to avoid it. Oh yeah, you'll be able to just skirt around it. if
Did
you
I
go over
did I
to
forget
where
to put
am.
my fucking helmet back on? Yes, I did. I'm an idiot.
Ha! Stupid.
Oh, you didn't. Oh,
I hate
man.
it when that happens.
All right, I'm gonna park the M2 closer to you.
Yep.
Open
Stay
the
to the
doors and
right
then
of
we
that
got
little
another-
mountain right there. Continue
Hey,
straight.
Drizzle,
We'll be
go
hitting the
left.
tail end of the
Go
canyons
left
right up here.
25 degrees.
Cool.
And then follow that ridge line. I mean, go over the first ridge line that you're coming to. And then you're going to see two big valleys, the craters. Go in between them.
All right, I'm just at Cruel 1. I'll be back in a second.
There you
Okay.
Go.
Follow that ridge line.
If you can see my body, if
All
you
the
could
way
drag
around.
it to
Follow
the
it all
Yeah,
the
we'll
way
be
around.
hitting the
Yeah,
tail
I'd
end of most
appreciate
of the canyons, but it's mostly flat.
Sweet.
To the right. There you go.
And is there more
You can
canyons
bounce
up
over
ahead?
all that.
You can
Yeah.
sort of start
There you
straightening
go.
out above where
That's
I am.
great.
Continuing along, say to the right of this mountain on your
Yeah.
left,
All right,
and
I'll
the right
just
of
lead
the
you
one
into
just in front of it.
local and then
You
drop
can
your
straighten
stuff
out for a
off.
little bit. All right, let's see what's up ahead.
Just drag
Doing
him.
some
Come on, it's
scouting.
funnier.
Hi, Picard.
Oh, the problem is like it was just. Oh, your M2 just vanished.
Oh, fucking damn it!
Yeah, it did.
All right, well, if we're just doing Juba the Eager runs, it doesn't matter.
Carrick's
I'll
still
just-
there.
You still have the C2 here if
Uh,
that's useful.
No, there's no carrot
Taco,
here.
if you head to where I am at, and then stay to the right of the mountain that I'm currently sitting under.
Yeah, there was no Carrick at Shubin, by the way.
Uh-oh.
There's no
Uh-oh.
there's no carrot.
Did you despawn it when you got far away enough? I don't know. Stole
I'll
our
be back in
beer.
a second.
All of our
Did you
beer-
leave it open and somebody has a fun joyride?
No, I closed it.
But what about where
pulled
that you
4
got
vehicles?
the Pisces out?
Wait a
That was
minute.
only 3.
Under the wrong
The
ship.
Carrick,
wasn't
the RC, and the Pisces. That's only 3.
But when you pulled the Pisces off the Carrick, did you leave the hangar open?
I? No, he pulled it
No.
from the landing pads.
Oh,
Platinum Bay.
Okay, yeah. So you see where I am currently hovering over.
Yes.
You want to go between these two mountains and then sort of head to the right. We can start hitting we'll be hitting the tail end of the canyons that are right in front of us.
Okay.
Where are you at? There you are.
Just for funsies, I can try
Hello.
actually ride in a Apoa,
That'd be
in
cool.
a Nox.
You will
But give it will, as I said, like as for funsies.
You will
Okay.
die.
Drizzle, you can head in between these two here.
you turned to the right.
Yep. Either you can go to the right or in between.
Oh, I see. I can't see the craters from that far back.
Rex,
Oh,
am I going
no.
Yep,
after
if you
you,
continue.
or-
Gotcha though.
What's up?
Okay, this way. Fallon.
Yeah, but if you keep going straight, you'll be hitting the tail end of the canyons that are off to our left.
So head more right.
In there. You can, but the tails are pretty minor.
Yeah, I'd rather do tail ends of ridges than big ones, so that works.
Right.
Ride the waves like a dolphin.
Yep. If you keep going straight, you'll just hit another ridge, and then you'll come across a nice big flat area.
No, like a tortoise.
You're right, sorry.
Yeah,
Tortoise.
like a tortoise.
I am the tortoise.
Yep.
I am the
So
walrus.
you want to come. At this point, you can start going straight towards the package. So right where I am. And directly ahead of us, there's a small hill. You can go to the left or right of that. It doesn't matter.
Okay. This
So
is not
right
bad.
underneath the meat drizzle.
We're going left or right of that hill in front of us.
I reckon
The
we
left.
put the ramp down. We
Yeah,
go
to the
back and
left.
get something that moves a little quicker and have a race.
That'd be cool. Do a quick little circuit somewhere.
I think I got the gist of this.
You got the gist of it.
Yeah.
You got plenty of time to figure it out during the race.
Yeah. Exactly.
What you're going to need to do is have some practice and some Ursa Rovers that want to fight you. Because I imagine that that's going to be a lot more popular in the long end of things. People might
Okay.
race ahead, set up a position, and try and shoot people down. Maybe.
Yep, going to my
Oh,
location.
that was a sweet entrance.
Sorry, I'm all turned around.
Cool. I'm in.
Let's
I'll
see.
fly in the direction of the
Right here.
box.
Oh, no, that's Balin. I don't know where you are. I've
I'm
lost my
flying towards him.
navigator.
I'm flying towards him, yeah.
I think.
Decoy,
Yep.
are you going to try to
flying towards me.
spot 14th?
Oh, okay, there we
I
go.
am here, Taco.
First person
Yeah,
for the win.
I'm just gonna be logging off soon. Just waiting for Tint to get back so I can give him his gear back.
Oh yeah, it's the same for me. That's why I'm
Yeah,
probably
coming to the
will
left
try
of this
to Apollo.
mountain, and then you want to continue straight. And when you pass this little cliffside up here, then head straight for the package. To the right are canyons. We'll be
Okay.
hitting some small ridge lines, but other than that, we won't be hitting deep canyons.
Cool.
Yep, your helmet was in your backpack, Tint.
So yep, going straight forward, you see this little fucking cliffside with the shadows where Ball and Picard just flew over.
Yep.
Yeah, it was because I took it off and put it in there to
Head to
drink
the left
a
of that.
cruise,
So
Okay.
where I am.
like you do.
All right.
And if you just want to scale up this small incline.
No, that'll work.
Railgun ammo, eh? What every racer needs.
We're hitting a small canyon, but it's small. And to the left or right of past this little area are deep canyons. So we're avoiding most of that.
You didn't have a knife or pistol on you, just the custodian.
Just the custodian, yeah.
I might have missed you. Or no.
I think
Living
a ship
custodian
like
is
put in
gonna
the
be
teeth,
my,
come on.
Okay.
It's like you
gonna
can
be my
traverse
choice
over
for race
this.
day.
Say
What, a
again?
custodian?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I think the custodian will be my choice for race day, along with a railgun, of course.
Are you gonna take guns?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, you can get out and protect yourself.
Oh,
I think
shit.
it's
People are gonna be trying to kill you.
you can't
Kill them
shoot them.
first.
Like it's a no fire zone within 1,000 or 500 of the
Of the
different
checkpoints, yeah.
check-ins.
1,000
Right?
of every checkpoint, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we got this little hill in front of you. You can go to the left or right. It doesn't matter.
Shit.
Yeah, it's an edge case that they'll actually be useful, but on the off chance. May
Going
as
to the
well
left
bring it, yeah.
will make it easier to align with the package.
Better to be the warrior in the garden.
Then a
Yeah.
gardener in a war.
That's right.
Who said that? Was that Mark Twain?
I don't know. I heard Avenger 1 say it, and he quoted somebody, and I thought, yeah, it's a really great philosophy
It
right
definitely isn't an
That
Avenger
sounds like
1.
a Sun Tzu.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
it
very
seems
Art
so.
of War.
there. Yeah, it would be.
I haven't read it for many years.
You must strike where your enemy isn't. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Right.
It's
that
quite
one really makes sense,
self-explanatory,
though.
come on.
Apparently, it's a Chinese proverb popularized by Bruce Lee.
Well, there you go.
Sweet.
I saw it on the was it
Yep,
battleships?
Green Taka going straight forward. You're just entering some shallow craters, and then you'll be good for at least 5 to 6 kilometers.
All right.
Where you
Doing
at?
well on that trackpad.
I'm jumping around these
There you are.
rocks, flipping over, going backwards. All the craziness.
Yep. You see where I am currently?
Yep, I'm heading that direction.
Yep, just going straight. I'm at the edge of a crater, so. Be warned. Eventually we'll come across the rock fields, which are fun.
I actually prefer those to this. Because this, I get too fast and I smack into rocks. Those, I don't boost too much and then I don't hit as much.
I'm riding on the Nox and I still haven't exploded.
No
Are you doing a
use.
trick landing?
Of course.
Be rude not to.
Was that not cool as shit? Was that not cool
That
as
was
shit?
alright. That was pretty good.
In a C2, not landing on its nose. I mean,
Yeah.
that
With the
alone.
duck.
You are
badass.
19.2 kilometers away.
You impressed Drizzle, man. That's quite the
I
accomplishment
know.
right there.
It's fucking difficult.
Fuck off.
Pisces will fit inside of a Starlifter, right?
Yeah, let's find out.
it does.
The A2 is going to be rough because you're going to have to go in the front, and that's a smaller hole.
Okay,
Yes.
I need to sign out. Let me know,
Can I-
Tint, if you have any other practices in between.
Really,
Can
let
I
me know,
store
let me know
this?
when you're free, and I'll make it work on either Thursday or Friday.
I never free, so it's more of like, okay, when you want to do it.
Let me rephrase. Let me know when will be easiest to negotiate.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, good luck.
Ugh. One of us is slowly sinking.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it steady.
If it's, we're fine.
Alrighty. Where's the
Can you store the Usos again or no?
I mean, you can park them on there and get them taken away, but they don't. They don't actually store.
It said I could dock with you.
Oh, is that what that was? That was a docking request. That's hilarious.
It was a docking request.
Oh, we'll need to go out of Armistice so I can give you your custodian back.
Alright, Taco, as soon as you land, if you want to start heading
Fair.
about 20 degrees to your right, you'll avoid some mountain and rocky areas.
If I pull anything else, it's
Here,
gonna
I'll-
despawn my C2.
I'll fly us
Oh,
out to
yeah.
the side.
You want me
and just
to
drop it in the gun
Grab
room?
you something, Drizzle.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
318, can't you spawn like a bunch of shit?
Yeah. What are you in?
Yeah, in 18 you
Yeah.
can have like 10 out at a time, sometimes more.
You
Aaron
don't
and
wanna race.
Drizzle did a bunch.
I don't really care to race. I mean, I like the support thing. I'll
Okay.
get you a. I'll get
Nah,
you an
nah,
RC.
Yeah,
if everyone's
Taco,
gonna
you're
piss off
entering the.
anyway. Oh,
This is a heavy rock field.
Imagine a minefield when they have that.
That would be.
Exhilarating.
I don't know why those aren't a thing, like man portable mines.
Oh,
About
they're coming.
how
They're
about
coming.
Drizzle? Let's have a race who can go furthest in
2
in
minutes.
bikes.
and what?
In bikes.
Nox
Weapons in
hover
the
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
without
Okay.
exploding.
Heading back to Armistice. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm setting down outside of Armistice so I can grab
Just
it.
move this Ursa off the pad.
I was just gonna have it stored.
Oh, you can. I thought you couldn't do it.
Well, in after 1 minute, it will just take it like it's
Ah,
blocking the
blocking.
pad.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can call for landing. It'll.
It doesn't actually store it though. It's kind of stupid. How about
It
I'll get
absorbs it into
you
the aether.
the dragonfly, and then I'll take the Nox, and we'll see
Yeah.
who goes further.
Okay.
Who dies first?
I don't have to worry about any of these ships then.
Would help if I.
I'll leave it wide
Oh,
open.
is there
to-
no Carrick at the Schumann mining facility?
No, it's gone.
Nah,
God
my-
damn it!
Did my core
There you go.
vanish?
Pad one for you, Drizzle.
Again?
Did my core vanish?
Uh,
Oh, I've crashed. No. Oh,
did I? Oh, I might
The
not have
green one.
actually pulled it out of
Yeah, it is the
local
green
storage.
one.
I think
Let me-
I dragged your undersuit into local storage, so it should actually be back at.
Yeah, let me just get these in the ship, and then I'll fly us back over.
Am I going in the
Who's the
right
Nox
direction?
made by?
I think this is
Yes,
a-
you are.
Poa.
You are
Alright,
going in the right direction.
A Poa, that's right.
That's about all I can offer
I
for
was looking at
navigation.
a Speria.
It's all good. Whoop, that's a rock.
Picard, you're eventually gonna smack a rock. It's gonna be unfortunate.
That'd be very funny.
Hightailed, come on, get on your freaking feet.
They're gonna race towards the package.
Yeah, and we'll just keep going.
Yep.
We'll go to the second and third one. Let's see how far we go.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting rocks despawning. That's always fun.
Nice.
It's like, here you go, here's a free pass.
Oh, it's because those are minables.
It was a
You just missed.
PAB1.
Those
Yeah,
are dangerous. You hit those, you explode.
I think this should be it.
Hey, this rock is 28% gold.
There you go. Is that good?
What?
I don't know how
Let's
much gold it
see.
sells for.
It's aight.
yep, that's the one.
Talking permission.
I
Wouldn't
wanna
have worried
get-
about it, but it was full of med pins and oxy pins.
No suitable docking ports.
I want to get the red chest
Bad.
box, the one that you can get at wreck sites that you can open up. I want to get one of those, and I want to fill it up with adonite crystals and other valuable gems, and I want to go hide it somewhere and do a treasure hunt.
Alright, you ready, Drizzle?
Carter, are you near me?
Where are you?
No, go back to
Um,
this meeting
Beside, right at the
I
C2.
keep getting a docking request.
Somebody's
Yep.
got you targeted, yeah.
Can I see? Okay,
I
I'm
see
on the
you.
other side.
I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's just start right in front of it.
Taco, you are 7 clicks away from the target.
Nice.
Alright, man. On your
Yeah.
call.
You
Not
keep
bad
going
time
more or
either.
less.
2, 1, go.
I started the timer when you were still getting in your ship. I'm at 42 minutes when I started
Nice.
recording, so somewhere under 40, just barely, is probably where I'm at.
Oh,
Yep. 30 degrees to your left. You'll
Yep.
be on target.
Ooh, there it is. There's my ramp home. I'm the papa. No! It veered me off.
You fucked it. No. Yep, keep going straight.
There we go.
All right. Well, thanks for organizing the practice. Tent, let me know if there's another night this week you want to try to get in another.
Man, we got this first leg of the run down, Pat. It's the rest of the run.
I think I've broken this.
You
He's
broken
made
it?
it pretty far.
Yes.
You're already 10 clicks out.
It's fast, eh? But I keep hitting like the faces.
You guys are already 10 clicks out on the hover bikes?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
dude,
can,
I'm halfway. I'm halfway
Dude,
to it
hoverbike
already.
can do the run in like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's
Not
You
even
get it's like a good
Oh!
time, like just under an hour. But yeah, it's insane.
Someone exploded.
I'm
If
dead.
you survive.
Right.
4 clicks away.
Damn it. Yeah, the real question is where's
Oh shit! I went down too. I
I
thought for
saw
sure I didn't even hit anything. What the hell?
You clipped into the ground.
I was gonna make it to the thing in 10 minutes. That would have been awesome.
50
don't take
degrees
much of a
to
beating,
your
do they?
left. You're coming across
Yeah.
upon a crater. Hey, what the fuck?
316!
Yeah, Taco, a hard left.
Okay.
Where have I spawned? Don't proceed.
There you go. Can you see the package?
Yep.
Sweet. 2.5 clicks.
I'm
Nearly
at a
there.
space station.
Nearly there.
It
I'm
looks
in
like you're on
Orson.
Hurston. Aaron.
Am I?
Yeah, 33
Yeah.
million
You're
away.
33. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, I'm at Hurl too. Yeah. Okay.
Are you at her L2?
Can't quite see the thing yet.
That last Loud Guns event.
Ah. When are you running
Yeah.
one tonight?
Tomorrow, then. Oh, Friday. Who's does the logistics thing?
Make sure
That's
that's
Panda.
Pandas.
Has he done that yet, or is he still waiting to do it?
He's not even on the list.
Yeah, no, it was what's the name of the British dude?
There you go,
Does a lot of
Taco.
events.
Not Feral Badger.
I don't
Astro?
think Badger's
It'll
made.
say at the bottom of the thing who did it.
Might be
Who
Astro.
posted it. Yeah, Astro, that's right.
Yeah.
Astro Wraith.
Yep, 500 meters out to your right.
Oh,
When is this one?
rock at
Friday.
the end. Killer.
8:45 a.m.
I'll take a stop when we scan your fucking Cyclone to see what your fucking health is at.
Yep, I'm getting out. And then after you scan, if you could give me a heading, that'd be awesome.
Alright, so
Alright, I'm practicing for next year.
Man.
Your
Purple
health is at
boosted-
99.86%.
Purple boosted tortoise reporting for duty eating this yummy fruit. See you later.
Nice.
Alright.
Heading is like 190, 195. Between there.
Heading for.
The next package.
Yeah.
It should be down on the equator somewhere. Is it 199 kilometers away? Is it that
That's
one?
two. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Yep. Heading from your current position would be, yeah, 199.
Sweet. Away we go.
Do you need a refill on anything?
I already did.
seems cheap.
Let's do
Already
it.
headed in the wrong direction.
Have a good night, everyone.
Catch a
Hey, later, decoy.
It's a globe. Wrong is relative. It's the hardest thing
feeling
to
it.
do this one. Me and Tint, we ran the first two legs on our own using just these Luminalia boxes, and it is so hard to navigate on your own when you've only got the boxes to navigate you. So we basically like called out. We spread out like 500 meters away from each other, and we're like, okay, over here, this is what the terrain is like. Okay, over there, this is what the terrain is like, and we just kind of basically looked out for each other somewhat. It was pretty good though. And then we both started running out of oxygen, which I actually haven't checked that. But I got oxypens. We can get out and jab myself when I need to. Oh man, my goodness. What a waypoint. That is epic. It looks
Get
so
shot.
good.
Heck yeah.
I thought it was you for a second.
It makes me excited to see like a coordinated assault bombing squad where you've got a retaliator who goes in, guns blazing, attracting the light fighters, right? And then he drops a big bomb to like blow up one of their big defensive ground vehicles.
Or like
Or
ground
the
turret or
torp.
something.
Yeah, a ground turret or something. Then you've got the
Mhm.
Eclipse coming in real fast directly after him to take out one of their precision heavy fighters. And then you've got the C2 and the Spirit,
Out of
what
the
is it?
A1,
Or
yeah.
the A1 and the C1 or whatever it is, coming in hot.
A1, yeah, A2.
Yeah, and then the A1 would be first, and he'd do a carpet bomb on all the ground support, and then just.
Oh, I
the
want to see. I
A2
want to
would
see that
just
so
finish it.
badly. Just
Yeah.
the A1, like straight up carpet bombing, dropping all of its bombs.
Oh man, dude.
Like a
So
nice
excited for that.
straight line, some straight out of World War II.
I'm just
There
excited
was
to see
there was a
content
video
where
for
that
that.
will be valid. Like when we
Mhm.
start seeing AI actually, like, actively going outside and planet navigating on the maps outside and walking around and actually going to these underground bunker facilities is going to be dangerous because you're going to have to approach an encampment full of people, and you're going to have to like get a freaking sniper squad to do that and come in guns blazing or something, you know. I'm excited.
Gonna be amazing.
Meanwhile, me and Tent will be just running around out here.
Yep. Not a whole lot of navigating I can do for you right now. So as long as you're in the rock field,
Yeah, no
you
worries.
gotta escape it.
Yep.
You're almost to the edge of it.
Really, the only navigating at this point I would focus on if I was navigator would be like, all right, you need to correct yourself by 20 degrees to your left or whatever, you know.
We
Yeah,
You
used
can't see the box, can you, right now? Can you?
we used clock faces, and that was quite effective
yeah,
rather
that
than
makes sense.
degrees.
That makes a lot of sense. People are more familiar with that.
Easier to visualize.
Yeah, it's true.
You'd be surprised how many people aren't.
I got nothing for that. 2 o'clock. What do you mean?
Where's the 2 o'clock
What do you mean minute hand? Like, what hour is it?
Very good, gentlemen. That was cool. Thanks, Aaron, for your exceptional navigation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey Taco, remember how I said you were almost out of the rock field?
Yeah, it's gonna
I
keep
wake
You
up
ain't
going
Oh,
for
nowhere
a
and
near
while.
Diesel.
the end of it.
Yeah,
You
no,
you want to try the
this
PTU
one,
again, or
this one
you
lasts
got
a
things to do?
long time.
No, man.
I wouldn't
can
mind giving it one more go.
Okay.
But
What are you guys gonna try on the PTU?
to see if we can use distortions to
Nice,
and then scrape something,
nice.
Oh,
because
nice.
we kind of reckoned it to cutting steaks off of a deer, you know.
Let
There
it
you
still
go.
run around.
Oh, let the poor guy watch you just
Got him.
draw penises in his C2 or something.
Why it's been
You
held
talking
down.
about players?
Why he's being
I'm
held
down.
down.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. But that could be a thing, right? We could probably. I'm wondering if we could just test it ourselves, but we don't have enough. Unless you load the retaliator, the reclaimer out with distortions,
There we go. That's what these rocks are
Yeah.
for.
and then I can just bring up I don't know, something like an MSR or something medium size.
I don't
Got
know
one
if
of those.
it'd be kind of hard to figure out which gun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We could try it.
Put size 5 on the top turret.
No, they only go up to size 3 sucker punches.
Yeah, but is there a size 5 distortion cannon?
Not that I know of. Anybody else? I think the sucker punches are the only ones that go up to size 3.
I'm not familiar with distortions at all.
I would if I
You can
could.
get distortion shotguns.
Yeah, they're size
I don't
4.
know. I think those only go up to size 3 too.
No, you can
Yeah,
go size
size
4.
3 for size 4 for shotguns.
And then
For the
after that,
distortion ones?
yeah, and then after that, I think it's all done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Rock,
think
if you
so.
want to readjust your heading to the 1 o'clock,
Whoa.
never mind.
Was that where I needed to be?
Yeah, sort of. Minus
Okay.
the smacking up a rock. Yeah, if you want to readjust yourself to the 1 o'clock position, there you go.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this rock field goes on for ever.
Oh yeah, it's a long one. Once you get out of it,
I
though,
don't have
it
a
is
friends
such a
list.
nice place.
Either.
I'll just try jumping in and see what happens.
Roll the dice.
I'm pissed that my character disappeared.
Yeah, that was a nice backpack.
I can't enjoy
1A.
post-leg beer.
I mean, I will get it back with my next character reset or with 318, so that's like consolation.
I should, if I spawn it back, it should be in there, shouldn't it?
Probably. I don't know.
No,
Oh, you
if
also
you have
lost your
to,
little plushy whale too.
you will have to claim it. because you
Damn.
didn't 30k and it went away. Anything like that.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Shit.
Um,
Port Olisar. They can take Carracks, right?
yeah, I'm on 1A.
Yep. Keep going straight. This current heading's a good one.
Okay.
And I am in Loreville, but I can just backspace.
I think I'm
What?
also in Marville.
Fuck.
What
Lord.
server? 1A?
1A.
Yeah, same.
How
When
many
it
Okay.
actually load in.
Is it still
Yeah.
US servers only right now?
No,
Okay,
no, they opened up all of them.
cool.
We're supposed
Do
to
you
get
just want to
4.0
meet at
sometime this year,
Orison?
aren't we?
Is
Yeah,
it?
I'm an arson.
Yeah, like 2024 is what people are estimating. They have officially said they're trying to do what, quarter 4 or quarter 3 of 2023, which, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can see persistent entity streaming, what they're doing right now, being monumental to getting 4.0 like squeezed in to 23, because I can foresee a lot of teams having to go back now that persistence is here and rework
How big are
new
the server
features.
caps for 318? Only up until like 1,000 people?
No, it's 100 because we don't have
Server
server
meshing.
mesh yet.
Yeah,
It's
there's
If
only
you want to
half.
readjust your heading to the 10 o'clock position.
Okay. Oop,
Still seems problematic to me.
It's new tech. No one's ever
It's
done this
just
shit before.
true enough. I mean, what is it called? Do you guys ever play that one fantasy MMO? It starts with a U. Can't remember what it's called.
No.
I think a lot of companies have done it before, but just not at the
Scale.
magnitude. Because even World of Warcraft has persistence and server meshing, but
Does it?
it's not
They really
nearly.
don't in any way that would resemble what CIG is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's not nearly as because they'll just make stuff go away when that they need to.
Well, I mean, the other
When
half
that
of it is that you're like everything is instanced for the player for the most part in WoW.
Yeah.
that is true.
Like if you go out for minables and like
Want to readjust your
gatherables,
heading to the
they
10
just
o'clock
appear
position.
around you.
Okay.
Oh, I just got put on a new PTU server. There's like 2 CIG people in here.
Hey, that's cool.
That is cool.
Ask them questions.
One of them is named Goose CIG.
Nice.
Wonder why they advertise that though. It's like they want to be hassled.
Ask him when we can play as Tavarans.
There you go. Is that what you want to be? A Tavaran?
Yeah.
The space native?
I love the story behind the Tavaran race.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was a great lore post that they did like a month or two ago with the guy on the
Crossroads?
bounty hunter.
Yeah.
That was such a good one.
I think I'm on a black loading screen going to the hospital. I'm gonna go to menu and come back in.
Got some
I'm
mountains
exiting.
up ahead if you want to continue on your current heading and stay to the right, to the left of them.
Okay.
Stuck.
Oop. No, go to the left. No, not
What
that.
did you put your sucker punches on?
You can put them on you can do a fixed one on a what do you call it? The bounty hunting ship, the stalker.
The Hawk?
I had them on my Scorpius.
I hate the way the Hawk looks, but I love the little fucking person pod in the butt.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I just love that there's going to be a little bit of variety with the way that we restrain people. Like, I'm wondering if we'll be able to like just throw them in our ship restrained, and if they will be able to like not get out or possibly get out. And then like, it'd be dope if like when you're restrained, players have the ability to break free of their restraints somehow. But if you put them in certain things, they have no chance of getting out. You know, like the restraining pod in a Hawk or the restraining cells in a stalker, or whatever it is.
You know, the question I have is, once that you get put in one of those, what happens to your player?
Yeah, it's a big question.
Because how horrible would it be if
I think
somebody
I'll
sticks
deadlog.
you in one and then just
Putts around.
sets the ship out there?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, then
I think they would
they
have to
just go
do
get
a
another ship.
timer on that.
It would have
It's
to be
like
something.
if a person undertakes a bounty, they have once they get the person in it, they have a time limit. It's a generous time limit,
Before
but they
the
have a
person's
time limit
corp
in
runs
order
out
to
of
turn that
oxygen,
in before
they die.
that person is deemed
Well,
dead or
even if
captured,
you go to prison, you can work
or
your
the
way out
timer.
of it fairly quickly.
Yeah, the
So
timer
true.
just.
there has to be some sort of a
They're working on making that not be the case, though.
They are.
Making it
Prison
harder to get out of
time
prison.
being quick is something they're not a fan of because
yeah.
It's a big deterrent of the actual justice system being effective.
well, and also I mean they want to add content for in prison to make prison its own experience, but right now people are
True.
just speed running an ox mission and getting out.
Yeah.
They can also
Yeah.
once the CS1 and 2 isn't sending you to jail, once they've got that done, they can make a lot more headway on
Down here on
lengthening
V2.
out the higher level sentences.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be interesting. I mean, I hope that when you're captured, before you're put into a restraining area, you have a chance to break free. I hope that once you're in the restraining area, I actually like what
Fuck,
Rex
if you
was
want to
saying.
readjust your heading to the 3 o'clock position,
3 o'clock? Okay.
basically 90 degrees from where you're headed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's. I love what they want to do with it, but it's going to be very difficult to implement it and balance it to a point where
It's fun for
people
everybody.
find satisfaction. Yeah, satisfaction in the hunt, the chase, the capture. The hunt's going to be fun. You can implement it in like a
the
bunch of
easiest to make
different
fun.
ways.
Yeah.
I feel like the way to do it with the pods would be once somebody goes in the pods, they get an option that is basically just like sleep until you get to jail.
Or
Oh, there you go.
surrender.
So if you've got
Yeah.
buddies that like are coming to break you out, then you can, stay in your body and
True.
relay whatever information you can back to them. But otherwise, you just start your prison sentence, and your bounty hunter just has basically an inert body that they can go turn in for the reward
That'd be
once
dope.
it's in one of the pods.
Yeah, and the person and the player player shard of the person who's captured gets immediately sent to prison, or they
Right.
wait out. It's like that option is always there, but they can wait out for like their buddies to break them out. But if the bounty hunter gets to the spot where he has to turn in the body, then he just immediately gets sent to prison.
I feel like a really effective way to prevent just trolling people inside holding cells is to, what Rex was saying, put some kind of incentive like a timer or something saying it's kind of like a quantum timer, your ship will blow up if you don't get this in. Your bounty will, it's worth more right now because it's a hot body, but it will become a cold body in 10 minutes because there's only enough oxygen in there for 10 minutes or something like that. So it's like, oh crap, I really want to get this, I really want to get this reward. It's like double the amount that I could earn, and so I better hurry up. And so that's incentive for the person there, and that means that the person says, okay, well, I got caught, I could wait 10 minutes and then I'll be in prison, or I can just surrender myself. But if not, and I want to go for it, I've got 10 minutes for my buddies to come break me out, and so I need to coordinate quick.
Then to prevent people from just going on randomly, just taking people into pods, it becomes a hefty crime.
Oh yeah.
That's
Wrongful
why
imprisonment,
one of the job
kidnapping.
titles is kidnapping.
Yeah.
And then you get the title of slaver or something like that, and that's you can't go
Yeah.
to any ports without paying a hefty fine or going straight to jail for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
It would incentivize criminal gangs to not get caught in open space, and it will Decentivize players who just want to troll and throw people in body bags.
Yeah.
It becomes
That sounds
kidnapping
pretty decent.
charge, murder, slavery, that sort of thing. Want to read?
Hey,
Just
Drizzle,
heading to the 2 o'clock position.
I'll just throw some
2 o'clock.
I'll just throw some sucker punches
Where
on
you're
my
at, yeah,
vulture,
going
and
straight.
then we'll, if you just
Perfect.
want to take out a ship, that'll
Hey,
and that'll at least just kind of show.
Rex, you're in a seat, right, on a ship.
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
Can you
shoot
tell me the
something
box number of the box that's at Eager Flats?
Eager Flats, the first location of the Daymar rally is package number 614272.
Okay, good. I am heading the right way.
You're on the ground.
Yep. Figured I'd just take a solo run, get the driving practice. I think I've stumbled on a very comfortable route, though. I'm gonna have to play it back later and see where I went.
Nice.
We are 167 clicks away from package number 2.
Nice. And that's just a halfway point, right?
Yep.
Okay. When we get there, if you could touch down, that way I can eat one of these fruits. I like
What
I like
CIG
the
is planned
fruit.
for this game will make it the biggest game ever.
Yep.
I fucking hope so. The amount of money I thrown at this game.
It's the most funded game, period.
I can't remember
There
who
is not a
said it.
single other game
They've
that's
spent more money making AAA titles, but not by
Yeah.
a lot.
I
So-
thought they were in the billions.
Oh yeah. No. These people, they're
CIG
half a
currently
billion.
has around like what, 600 million?
Yeah, it's like 600 million, something like that. 600 million that they've used. How much of it we don't know. Like, should we do? They publish their financials, so but I don't know
Yeah,
the math behind it.
they tell us how much they've crowdfunded and they publish their financials. I don't think we have all the details on the non like crowdsourced investments, but
Oh
I,
yeah,
But
I
if you
was
want to
under the
readjust
impression
your
they
position
weren't a
to the
lot.
10 o'clock
Okay.
heading, you gotta go, yeah, more than 11. There you go. A little further and then go to 12.
all right,
Oh, my bad.
Pulled a
I mean, 1 o'clock
Pisces.
position from your current heading.
Okay.
okay. Oop, too much.
Where do you want to?
There you go.
I am just leaving Providence platform.
That's these rocks.
I want to see a stun gun used on somebody. Watch them ragdoll. That'd be hilarious.
I want Ubrev pistols to be able to knock people unconscious. and
They're
not
giving
be
us
lethal.
stun pistols. They showed those off.
Well, I know, but
Yeah, they were
still,
supposed to come in 318.
that'll be cool. I'm excited. I mean,
I'm also looking forward to that fucking crossbow they teased about a year ago.
there you go. It'll be fun to see stun guns and stuff because then we can host PvP nights where we don't have to like constantly revive ourselves. And we'll be able to do
Yeah.
like a genuine manhunt. It's like, okay, capture and restrain and bring them back to your base. Like we'll actually be able to do legitimate capture the flag, like when you're a kid and you're running around and you have to like hold someone's hands behind their back and take them back to quote unquote jail, and people have to jailbreak them, things like that. We'll be able to actually genuinely do that. It'll be so dope.
Okay, I'm just bounced up to Porto.
You want to shoot a party invite?
There's a lot of fuel in the Pisces.
Yeah.
There's a lot, and it regens at a surprising clip.
It is true.
It regens? I didn't know that. That's cool.
I think
Yeah, there
it
are certain
does.
ships that have intakes that'll
Yeah,
cycle out the hydrogen and add it to your fuel tanks.
that's cool. I mean, it is the most plenteous resource in the universe, so.
I haven't seen that invite come through.
Oh. Check your ping.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Once this elevator opens, I'll do that.
Want to readjust your course to the 9 o'clock position if you want to avoid most of the canyons. Uh-oh. You're going into the
No,
canyons.
Says
don't see
invite
it.
failed.
Yeah.
Alright, the current canyon
Okay,
you're
here,
about
I'll
to
shoot
land
one to
in.
you. Invite to you.
You turn 90
Sent.
degrees to your left.
I haven't got one.
Left or
Yep,
right?
if you want to go straight, go straight.
Okay.
You'll be able to go through this gully.
So it's
No.
not working now.
You see
Came
me
up,
doing canyon running.
Try.
Yep.
Try Joseph.
Yeah, I can see it.
Just follow this canyon all the way through.
Alright.
I tried doing it off of the server name.
Yeah, I'm in the Did you get a friend's request?
Nope.
Whoa. Oh
It's all
dear.
broken. Well, I'm up at Porto.
Okay.
Did you want to meet at,
Porto.
say, an OM marker or something?
Oh, not again.
I'll come meet you at Porto. That'll be easy enough to find.
Yeah, well, you'd think that, but there's so many fucking
You just want to continue
shits left
following this
lying
canyon.
around here.
Go to Daymar OM1.
Daymar OM1. I think there's something wrong with the server. Right, if you get up to Porto,
Mm-hmm.
so many chevrons, white ones.
Oh yeah.
Is this it?
No, I need to get out and eat something.
Oh,
I'll start
okay.
dying.
Well, I might as well take a quick break and jab a oxypen in myself.
You don't need an oxypen for the Ursa, do you?
No.
No.
Oof,
No, you should
this
take a bunch in your
elevator.
backpack though, in case you wind up having to finish on foot.
There you
Come
go.
Just making it sound so fun.
Wow,
Well,
this
fun is it?
elevator's
with the
not
time
coming.
limits on the coolers,
No,
you know,
we're
if, you,
allowed
if you're
to pit stop them out.
you are, but if you lose your support ship, then you have a different
Fuck,
problem.
I'll tell you what, if my Ursa times out after 5 hours,
So do
I'm
you.
not fucking running the balance. No. So
That'll be a nope.
my commitment doesn't quite go there. I think I'm
Hey,
only,
so
well,
I also have a medical bed in here, so you could just regen all of your food and hunger.
That's
wait,
true.
let me tell.
That's actually a really great idea for the event itself.
Can't use anything with a med bed.
Oh, you
Fuck
can't?
you.
That's
That sucks.
that's in the rules.
I mean, it makes sense. You didn't have them in the beginning. They want to maintain the integrity of the original ruling as much as they can.
Well, it also just it raises a lot of questions on the if you die you're out front, since they might not be actively watching you when you have a player die,
Ah,
and if
okay,
they
yeah.
just reappeared back in your support ship, that would be a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
So
But
the
you can't
Pisces
spawn on the
medbed was out.
Pisces.
The Pisces medbed was out. We asked about it specifically if we were allowed to load a C8R into our M2, and we were told nothing with a medbed is allowed.
Hmm.
Oh, it was a fun idea.
Could you park said Pisces inside of support ship?
Nope, that's
Nah.
what we asked about.
Oh, right, I see.
Because yeah, running you only get the one support ship, so running a Pisces as your support ship is putting a lot of faith in your ability to keep one vehicle alive. But
Yeah.
we figured, if you could fit, 5 Cyclones and a C8R inside the Herc, that'd be a good deal.
Oh god,
What are you doing?
my helmet's off.
Oh,
I
yeah,
gotta put it back on lest I forget.
no worries. Nearly had a
Yeah,
collision
you
there.
wouldn't
That
want
was
to be
great.
like anybody else in here and do that.
Like those guys.
Man, who would be stupid enough to forget their helmet and then walk outside?
Are you on a Gladius?
Aaron? No. I am in a
Fuck.
vulture.
Someone's just coming and having a crack at me. Oh, it's a fucking. See.
Is it an NPC?
Yeah.
Well, let's sucker punch the hell out of him.
If you
Taking
want to
shields
readjust your
down.
course to the 1 o'clock position, you'll be heading straight there.
Whew,
We got a
there's a
valley
crap
on
ton
your
of ships
left.
over here, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep, if you just want to skirt the edge of it. We are 152 kilometers away.
Nice. Good time. It's
Holy
only been an
crap,
hour and
there's a lot
14
of
minutes
ships.
since I started the recording, so maybe knock off 2 minutes, hour and 12.
Doo-doo-doo. You'll be coming into the end of the plateau you're currently on. About 500 meters. Where are you at? Yep, there you are.
What's that look like? That valley to the left of the mountain in front of us. Is that pretty flat?
Relatively flat. You can follow it if you want. The mountain directly in front of us. You can go to the left or right. The left is a little more clear from what I can see currently.
What are you in, Drizzle?
Pisces.
An X? See an X?
I see it there.
Okay.
Love this little
I
ship.
think I'm getting scanned though.
Oh, he did. No, he's softy.
Alright, so are you at... Where are you at?
Yep, directly in front of you. There's just another fucking rock field.
Oh, up Daymar?
Left or right to avoid
Yeah,
it? Do you think?
What's up?
I'll try cutting
Chris,
right
it is
slightly.
Cutting right will head you straight into a small grouping of hills. Cutting to the left will give you a larger opening where you don't have to hit the hills.
I might get lucky.
But
Respawn.
you'll run into some more rocks.
Okay.
Oh, my ship should still be there, and it might still think I'm in there with my shields up. So
Yeah?
yeah. So if you find me,
Coming up here is a
Yeah,
slight
it'll be a good
incline,
test.
and as soon as you get out, if you'll orient yourself to the direction of my Pisces, and you'll be heading straight to the package and avoiding some canyons to the right.
Sounds good.
Pisces for the win.
All we need is deployable beds that we can bedlog from the Interactables team.
Fruit.
Sleeping bag.
Set up a little fucking tent outside.
Then the Pisces CX or whatever the first Pisces was becomes like the ultimate little camper van.
But you guys see that camper chair that they put up?
It looks
They
cool.
they were making a camper chair during one of the Star Citizen lives or whatever.
My
That's
position, Taco.
Okay.
We'll be able to get into some draws and then follow the gully in between.
Oh shoot, there's an
I would
Avengers stalker
love
over
it
here.
if you could pull out a little camper chair, just land somewhere on the planet, pull out a little chair, nice little umbrella, sip a fucking bottle of bubbly. Yep,
There you
going
go.
over the ridge line. If you wanna,
Am I
you
make
can
it?
either
Am I
go.
gonna make it? Ah, smack.
Ah,
Nearly. That would have been great.
alright. So you're on top of this plateau. If you want to continue all the way up to just where I am, and then drop down into the gully, and then follow the canyon straight.
Okay.
It's the sucker punches still aren't working.
no,
Nah.
no firing.
Yeah, they shoot, but you don't get any targeting reticle, or you don't see them fire.
But you see them deplete the
Yeah.
stink.
What time is it?
What is going on?
Midnight.
Actually, I'm gonna come over and just try mining you straight up.
Want to continue following the edge of the ridge all the way up to here and start climbing on top of this plateau.
All right.
Yeah, Jess.
Well,
Pisces isn't much of a scrape though.
The only unfortunate thing with the Pisces is its lackluster armaments.
well, you got 4 guns on a regular one. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that part is pretty nice.
We can either head into the gully and follow it down, or we can stay on top of the plateau and follow that.
Now let's see the plateau.
Alright. So, follow in my ship.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you disappeared.
I'm still here. Oh, what shot am I in?
Mm-hmm.
1A? No, I'm still here.
Is he
You
Let's
might have
see.
just shifted off to the side a bit.
The
Corrected your
only
position when you logged back in.
where my position is?
I don't have anything on radar except for that NPC over there.
Fall
Okay,
over here,
hang on. I'll
then come to this position, and then
jump to see where.
go in
Oh,
between
hang on.
those two.
Are you in game 10?
Yep.
USA 1A, game 10.
Jason Voorhees needs combat help. What?
What?
Who's that?
It was an NPC asking for help named Jason Voorhees.
That's actually really funny. Jason Voorhees is,
He sounds
Jason
like
Voorhees from
yeah, it's Jason
he's from the
Voorhees.
horror. He's a horror
Fri-
movie guy.
It's
Yeah, okay.
from
Friday the
uh,
13th.
yeah, Friday the
Gotcha.
13th. I was keep on thinking Freddy Krueger, but yeah.
I was about to say I
Freddy
heard
Krueger
that
Nightmare on
before.
Elm Street.
He's the hockey
Yep.
mask guy.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Just follow where my ship is.
So it's a combat assistant.
Relatively
and a murder
smooth.
assistant.
I see you, Drizzle.
With your
Anyone-
no
anyone-
shooting distortions.
Anyone watch the movie Jason
Hey.
Voorhees in Space?
Watched what movie?
Jason Voorhees in Space.
No.
That sounds god awful.
It was terrible.
In a good way?
You know how Jason Voorhees is basically immortal,
Fuck, that didn't
sort
take
of,
much.
kind of.
Oh shit.
Yeah. In one of the movies, he was quote unquote frozen, and then
Oh,
in the future. they
Yeah,
find him.
that one was awesome. That was a really good movie.
All right, so
It,
note to self: Citizen Aaron has an awful taste in movies.
No, dude, who was that chick at the beginning? She was so fucking hot.
You know, one that got
Note-
immediately murdered.
Note to self:
Yeah.
Aaron will watch any movie and call it amazing as long as there's
With
a babe in
with
it.
a hot girl.
If there's
With
a
a hot
babe
girl.
in it.
Oh, dude, she was so smoking hot.
Oh,
And
speaking of banger movies, has anyone seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish?
No, I heard it's good though.
It is.
How the
they did
fuck,
have a
man?
hot chick in it.
Dude, I just got
It's-
soft killed by this Gladius.
Dude, it's got
It's-
animated cats in it. What more could you want? It's a movie.
It's actually an Avenger stalker.
Can
Puss
you
in Boots: The
can-
Last Wish
I
is
might need a ride.
far
I
better
could
movie
not
than it has
kill him,
any right to be.
But
Probably
'Cause I don't
because it's
even
one of
have
the few
guns.
low-funded
but I'll come over to you.
sequels of a good series
Alright,
with a
I'm out of this.
well-established
I'm out of the
storyline.
ship.
There's this
Oh no, I'm dying.
YouTuber I was watching the other night. His philosophy,
Suck.
his theory is that the reason
Never
why
mind.
Hollywood has such hit and miss shows
It's
is
blowing
because
up your ship.
they're not interested in doing.
Are you
Soft killed
dead?
it. It soft killed it, and then I didn't
Never
respawn with
budget.
a helmet. And
Oh, it came back and finished your ship after after you died. It blew it up all the way.
did
And
it?
now I'm gonna come scrape it.
Who joined?
Ozer did.
Hey, what's
Oh,
up, Ozer?
hello.
Got it.
All right,
Are you guys in the PU or PTU?
both.
Bit of both.
Wait, you guys are in A1?
Yeah.
A1F1?
Yeah. USA 1A.
USE 1A.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Yeah.
See where your
dude,
head's at.
The corpse of
Oh,
your
no.
Pisces is completely gone. I think the NPC went over there to clean up the shard type of a thing.
Hey, you couldn't just leave it at a soft death, eh? It's all shit.
Nah, he's like, that dude really fucking sucked, so we're gonna clean him up.
I think I've got consistent black smoke coming out of my Cyclone now, and I can't tell if it's just a difference in the mineral content of the ground.
It's a lighting bug with the smoke.
Gotcha. Okay.
We ran
Would
into
you like to
that
scan it?
on Saturday,
Nah,
and
it's
yeah,
good.
it's
Let's not slow down. Let's just keep going.
for some reason the dust clouds render black when the light's at certain angles.
All right, makes sense. I got concerned all of a sudden. I was like, "Oh crap! That last hit pushed me over the edge." But these things are like invincible as long as you don't hit mineable rocks. as far as me and Aaron found out the other night with some of you guys. That was a fun test. Endurance tests.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful area for like really letting go and getting that boost out.
Yep. Looks like you got some canyons coming up. We just scout ahead a little bit.
Okay.
Pisces.
Yeah, this is about the area where Tint died of oxygen. For want of oxygen, I should say.
It was definitely an oxygen-related death.
Yep. You were
You
short.
do have some
You were short of breath. that's
minor
all.
canyons.
I hate it when this happens. When you get
Easily
knocked up and then you have to drive
navigable.
with one wheel. It's the worst.
What?
So sometimes, just based on the low gravity, when you are at the right angle and you crash, it like spins you up on one wheel, like usually one of the front wheels, and then you got to kind of steer with one wheel, and it's not very fun. Oh yeah, this is great. I'm dolphining so good right now. Alright, which way? Left, right, or straight for these canyons? We're coming up on 126.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Like over this way. Then if you can, right where I'm at, turn hard left and then follow this ridge.
Oh, you're way further right than I was.
You what? Oh shit.
That's okay. I'll come up there.
Alright, we're
Nothing, little boost.
max the Pisces, we both die.
Yeah, we'll be alright.
Yep. You wanna follow this over here. We'll be jumping down into the ridge and then following this draw all the way through.
Okay. I just keep hoping that one of these days that I'm out here we come across a cool wreck site no one has seen before. Like
That would be pretty dope.
I can't wait for Persistence to hit a point where like salvageable ships will just be sitting everywhere, you know? Like wherever people have died because they're noobs or they forgot cruise control was on and they got out or whatever, you know? It'll be awesome.
Just imagine all the hangars full at startup towns.
I know.
It's gonna be horrible, man.
The quantity of Mustangs and Auroras
Yeah.
in bits in
cutters.
that little trough at the front of hangars is going to get untenable.
Did I get turned around?
Yeah. The NPCs should
okay.
just
What's
get
up?
out and clean them up.
I was just concerned that I got turned around because I did a big spin back there.
Nope. Your best bet is to come down here, follow this draw, unless you want to get on top of the plateaus and start bouncing between them.
No, it's fine. I'm coming to you.
Yep. You can either follow this and go straight up this little ramp right here, or head more to the right and then slowly climb your way up to the top of the plateaus.
Yeah, let's do a bit of pipe swimming.
Yep, and you want to hang to the right, follow this gully over here.
I'm gonna try scraping some of these ships that are outside of Porto. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it says it's shielded. Dang it.
Yep.
And it's in an armistice zone. What the hell? You kidding me?
Only we had the
over here.
SRV. Could tug it
Yeah.
out.
That's
We'll
right,
follow this
man.
up, and it looks like we'll be able to get out of the fucking gullies for the meantime.
Nice.
Yeah, I just looked at the release notes, or the release chart, whatever, the progress tracker. Looks like they have
SRV's
the
coming
SRV.
soon.
Yeah, February. End of February is when it's scheduled for right now, at least.
I mean, either they're releasing that without the tractor beams, or they're being weirdly quiet about tractor beam tech being ready.
Yeah, no, my guess is going to come out probably at beginning Q3.
Well, I
if
think that
anything.
they'll come out with 32 SCU boxes. But is what we really need is the PTV, or or sorry, not the PTV,
Come into
the
my
Argo
location,
Cargo
and
to
then
be
you
able
can
to
be
move those things around.
Great.
Right.
That's what that they show in all of the literature is Argo Cargos with little.
In the raft?
Nah, the Argo Cargo moving stuff around for the raft.
Well, then also the whole sea before that comes out too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, physicalized cargo is gonna be crazy. Like taking off everything and your ship just stows it away somewhere. It's gonna be great. I also can't wait for what Chris Roberts mentioned in this last CitizenCon, talking about like you'll need to have certain suits to do certain things. Like if you want an EVA, you need an EVA suit or a suit that is capable of it, and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be awesome. It's like I can't wait to go into more places unprepared and like having to jerry rig my way through it all and say, okay, well, this is what I've got. So if I push myself off at this angle, I might be able to make that air hatch. What do you think? And the guy's like, did you not bring a tractor beam? And I'll say, nope, my suit can't hold a tractor beam.
I go to the back of my Vulture and craft one.
Yeah, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Yeah, that'll be cool. I just hope so much that we'll be able to craft our own armor at some future point. Not to like make it really ridiculous, but like for the basic stuff, because it is so annoying to not be able to find the right type of Inquisitor legs because they got rid of them. They're like loot only right now.
Right, right.
I mean, really, the armor needs paint kits.
Yeah. Well,
That's just
a lot of things would benefit from paint kits, but I don't think they're gonna do it. At least not for ships, but for armor, I think you're onto something.
well. I mean, even just replacing all the variants we have now of the different armors with
Yeah,
paint kits would be a drastic improvement.
that'd be dope. All right, 316 meters away from the end. I need to catch some air so I can check my vitals. Need
I
more
can't
air.
take my vulture off from my hanger. Like it's just not lifting off the pad. It's like,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's like it weighs 5 times as much.
So I had an issue in the PTU where it reset all of my stuff to kind of standard, even though I looked and everything was set correctly for my sticks and everything, so they were backwards. Like
Yeah,
my
I'm
up
pushing
was
both
down and
ways.
down was up. Oh, you might just try
It's
turning it
weird.
off and back on again.
So many ships here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I jumped out to Crew 01 just to start scraping something up since I'm in a vulture.
We need a shipwreck cove spaceport.
Ooh, I like it.
Just an
That's a good idea.
just an amalgamation space station of like all these wrecked ships that have just been like welded together by
Ooh, there is one.
salvagers.
Well,
There is
SPK.
one. Well, not
SPK,
SPK,
yeah.
but
Just get a bunch of people there.
in lore, there's a human lady that was raised by the Banu, and the
Yeah, I remember
Banu
reading about
put their
that.
put their ships together and make big bazaars. And after
Nice.
she was done with her quote unquote enslavement, like she worked her way out of it, she bought a bunch of old dead ships and made a flotilla and made
Nice.
one of the best bazaars in the old solar system.
And that
In
will
that part
be
of the
where
system.
I will go and spend my free time.
Right?
Have on
When I'm
sale what they have to offer.
I've
oh,
got to bounce, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
hey,
All right,
thanks for
Drizzle.
coming, Drizzle.
Okay.
It's been fun.
See you.
Bye bye. Aw.
It's alright. There's always next time.
All right, I'm having faith that Taco and Rex are going the right way because I'm following y'all.
Do it.
Yeah.
What are you in right now?
Cyclone
Oh, okay.
just cleared Eager.
Nice.
That was pretty quick.
43 minutes. Not great, but not bad.
Yeah, no, that's pretty awesome. We were at, I think I was at 45 or 48 or something, really
Remember
just
to
shy
shave
of
off 2
50.
minutes, like 2.5 minutes for that.
Hmm.
At 43 minutes is like an average of 70 kilometers an hour, 75.
No. It's more like just under 50.
Mm.
Because optimal on flat ground with the Cyclone is like 52, 53.
Yeah, if you're boosting every 10 seconds, that's a pretty sustainable rate.
Yeah, you can actually get slightly faster than the flat ground speed on certain sections of Daymar because of the jumps that you hold the 90 mile or the 90 meter per second speed way longer than you would be able to normally. But
Oh, like when you're airborne?
yeah,
Yeah, because it
because
doesn't
if you
consume
boost
your
into a
boost.
jump and the jump takes you 15 seconds, but you're going, an average of 70 meters per second across that whole jump,
Yep,
and
it's
then you
really
land and
good.
your boost is already recharged, like that's really the ideal.
It's like it's that dolphin motion that you brought up last time you and I practiced.
Yep,
Like you want to try and
that's why
dolphin,
it's good.
get in, get slow. Once you get to the base, boost into the jump and sail.
Can you see my wee woo lights?
I can see you. You're too far away to see the lights, but I'm in third person, so I don't see your lights unless we're like 200 meters apart or less.
Yeah, most of this is sort of semi-even ground.
Okay.
That's why I'm sort of flying ahead and making a marker.
Yeah. If I remember what Tim was saying, we're gonna hit a spot where it's pretty open. That's because the way that they do rock generation here is like they concentrate the rocks by settlements, like where you're gonna be as a player running around. And so the farther away you are from everything, then the sparser the rocks get. Ooh, darn it. Oh, good. Dodge that bullet. And all of a sudden it was nighttime. Man, it got dark quick. That's cool.
It's good too because I was cooking to death in this armor. You're gonna have to remember to wear medium on race day, not light.
Right?
I got to eager and my body temp was at like 40 degrees and I was dying rapidly.
Yep, continue straight. You're on good heading.
Okay.
Although, fun fact, if you strip entirely naked in the aid shelter, your body temp comes back down real fast.
Hey, there you go.
Or why?
Always good to know.
Fun facts, man. Alright. If you can fly maybe 50 meters ahead of where you are, there we go. That's perfect. Being backlit like that, it was a little hard to see the rocks.
I have a quick question about thrusters. Can you lower the power to your main thrusters at this point in the PU?
That's what your thrust limiter is for.
Yeah, you can do
You
that.
But
can,
it lowers all of them, not just the main.
I
yeah.
don't know if you can do it individually. I know you can turn off thrusters, certain ones, like you can just like kill your side thrusters if you really wanted to. I don't know why you would, but
So yeah, there is a setting you can go in, and it's your thrust power. I think that's what Tent's talking about.
No. There's a thrust limiter in addition to the speed limit.
yeah, so by default it's
Yeah.
your mouse scroll wheel, and I think it's Alt in your mouse scroll wheel to do your thrust limiter.
My problem is I blew off the left wing of my Buccaneer,
Bummer.
and I'm trying to fly 20 kilometers at 50 meters a second.
In space or on the ground.
Space.
Oh, go into
Um,
decoupled. Give yourself
just decouple, and yeah, you're gonna have to get a rhythm going with your thruster so that your spin is just exaggerating in the right direction, and you'll black out, but you'll get closer while you're blacked out, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just as long as you wake up in time, no harm, no play. It's the Drake way.
That's actually really funny.
Cruise control? What do you mean cruise? Oh, here, Jerry, sit down. Here, watch this. All right, I want you to set it in cruise control. Bob! You see like an engineer come up and whack him on the back of the head. Cruise control as his head slams into the forward thrust position. I did
I'd
find that
love to
highly
see
entertaining. With
an
Whitley.
Expanse-like show before Star Citizen.
You could make a machinima of it. I've got to get back on this. I was going to do a machinima of a basically like a novelized version of what happens with most people that do box delivery missions in this game. You start off doing basic deliveries, then you go into these high threat areas and you get killed a few times and that kind of thing. And I have this really fun way of telling a fun little story of a guy who's like, what do you call it, like a cryogenic sleep pod guy who wakes up and he's like, wait, this is crazy. You guys have all these spaceships everywhere. What the heck is going on? Look what they did to my iPod. What's an iPod? Never mind.
I want to see one about the delivery boy who accidentally becomes the universe's best killer of men, getting recruited by the UEE. just like a box boy has been doing bunker boxes for too long.
That'd be
Just
great.
like,
That's actually
according to the
pretty
Civilian
good.
Defense Force, you have a record of over 3,000 criminal kills. What? I just deliver
Hmm.
boxes.
Yeah,
It's not my
I
fault they get
like
in
it.
the way.
Hey, do we have a plan for Thursday event?
Sure. It's for a practice night.
Do we want another practice night, Tint, or do we want to have a relaxed, fun night?
I am going to not be participating in whatever it is because I need a practice night for Time Trial Masters,
Mm,
which
Mm,
is this Saturday. The racing
okay,
schedule is just bananas.
but are you gonna? So you're not gonna hold a
No, I'm gonna
Daymar
be
rally
spending the
practice
whole
night?
day running. I'm spending the whole evening running around between the different tracks that are in Time Trial Masters this go round and doing that.
what do you think,
Yeah,
Karen?
So
Science night?
for
Shenanigans?
for yeah,
Hunger Games? Uh,
Hunger Games.
capture the runaway train. There's all sorts of things we could do.
Whoa, what's
Just want to
capture
get
the
my
runaway
X
train?
guy
Oh,
You got my
capture the runaway train is a really fun concept. So I came up with the idea when I discovered that you could fly the 890 jump and the 890 jump mission. And
hmm
this is a true story. I was in a Gladius at the time, and so I found out that I could move the 890 jump, and I was like, "This is amazing." So I go and I park my Gladius in the shuttle, or in the landing bay on the 890 jump.
hmm
I go and I set the thing on cruise control at a very slight angle, so that I have plenty of time to get out at full power, heading towards the moon. And we're heading towards the moon, and I get out and I start following the thing, just like, tickled pink because this thing is about to explode against these mountains. It's coming in at such a cool angle that all by itself, unmanned with me and my Gladius, it is like on fire upon entry into the atmosphere. And I'm like,
Right?
this is amazing. So I'm sitting here having a good time, waiting for it to get closer and closer to these mountains. It finally does, and it's at such a low angle, or I should say parallel angle to the floor. It starts to scrape along the floor. It ramps up the mountain and back up into space. And it's unmanned. And I'm just like, what on earth? This is amazing. But I really want to see this thing explode. And so I get this idea in my head of saying, I'm going to capture this runaway 890 jump. And I am cruising and I'm trying to figure out the mapping so that I can match the velocity, but I can never get that
Mm,
thing to work. And so I'm just
yeah.
cruising in on my own, and I managed to get myself halfway into the 890 jump before something goes horribly wrong and I explode. And the whole thing, I think, explodes. I can't even remember. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just my Gladius that did because I got ejected. But either way, so my
All
idea
right.
for a runaway train is we start the event with everyone somewhere hanging out, doing whatever, and they get a quote unquote distress beacon. And that's when we invite the person who's in distress into the party. And they get on the party chat in Discord and say, Mayday, Mayday, my name is so and so. My ship has been hijacked by these horrible pirates, right? So we have players that are playing the pirates on the 890 jump. This is way more than the 890 jump mission. These are guys that are strategic. They're going to be monitoring the hallways. They're going to be sitting there operating, lookouts and things. But the guy who's making the Mayday, the stress call says, I've locked my trajectory and I've locked myself in to my into the bridge, and I've shut down all weapons so that they can't operate turrets and destroy my
Mm-hmm.
vehicle out from under me. And so I need your help retrieving it. However, I'm not able to override the emergency controls because I forgot my password, and so I need you guys to bring a tiger claw with you and help me out. And so the objective will be deliver the tiger claw to the VIP, basically. Um,
Okay.
so then the 890 jump
That
will be
definitely
on.
sounds like more of a Legion event than
Yeah,
anything.
it would definitely be
Uh,
something I've been
no,
discussing with
this
Master
is this is
Brenton.
pretty fun.
But what we would do is
Yeah.
it would be on cruise control at about 500 meters per second maximum. It would be a slow cruise control. It would not be, well, 500 is kind of fast actually. It would maybe be 250 max, but
Mm-hmm.
somewhere there in between zero, and it would be going at a slow cruise control. So the objective would be deliver a team Rainbow Six style, get on board, take out the bad guys, deliver the Tiger Claw to the VIP, and maybe possibly get him out of there if you can't get the 890 jump to unlock, and then escape before it crashes into a satellite that it's on a trajectory crash course to, that kind of thing.
Okay. I like it. I like it. That would be a fun one. So we could do
Yeah,
a drop ship onto the 890
while it's
or
moving.
into the hangar.
Yep. And then
And
you basically got to get people
yeah.
on board, take out the bad guys. We could have Legion be the bad guys. That'd be fun.
You don't want to do that because what Legion has learned is that the 890 is basically impossible to take.
Oh, I guess that's true. It's got too many choke points, doesn't it?
It,
Yep.
it's it's the design of the room right in front of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
You can be covered as you come in by the
Mm-hmm.
defenders from like 6 different angles.
That's pretty awesome. Well, we could do the
It
So
is
Derek,
very
or
a
we could
difficult.
do
well a
something.
well coordinated team without like lag getting in the way, um, you're not going to get them out of the main room of an 8.
That makes
Being able
sense then.
to, if you are defending and you have enough manpower to cover all of those angles, the 890 is borderline impossible to
Now,
corral.
if you locked your captain in the battle bridge, that's a different story,
Yeah.
maybe.
We could do that then,
It,
yeah.
it,
Just
it's
make it
still a
convenient.
hallway.
Yeah. But
But
yeah,
yeah,
it'd be a fun idea.
it is fun. We'll have to see if we have a 890 that we could get from someone on North American time zone.
Well, worst case scenario, we just go to do the 890 jump mission and use that thing. I mean, it's going to be kind of clanky, but you know,
Yeah,
The only problem
still
is with
it
that
gives a
with
better
that
feel.
890 is that there's only one elevator that'll actually work.
yeah, that's true. Everyone will have to use ladders and stuff otherwise, which is kind of a slowdown.
Yeah, kind of fun.
Yeah,
I'll toss it around, see if I can. That want to be a fun one, but a good amount of setup.
yeah, it's going to need a little bit more.
I'm thinking of science night to be a fun, relax,
Yeah,
chill out.
let's do it.
I'm trying to figure out if I can do a shoot house in a Carrack.
The shoot house? Oh, like a
Yeah,
FPS? You probably could, to be
yeah.
Yeah.
honest. I think that would work.
Multiple stages is like the first round is we set up a bunch of guys that aren't armed inside the Carrack at certain points, and we have one person go through and they tag all these people, and that's just fastest time while still maintaining some form of tacticalness. And then the second round is they have guns and they can shoot back. but at a
Yeah.
very stifled rate.
600i, does it have a hangar?
And they can't move, but for 600,
Yeah,
it has a small one.
like the Carrack.
What was the question?
The 600i, does it have a landing bay for small ships?
No, not a landing
not
bay.
in this. Not in this.
They
It
later?
will. The Explorer one will.
The
Okay,
Explorer one will have a large enough cargo bay to fit a tank.
Yep.
gotcha.
We'll have the second vehicle capable of carrying a tank.
Nice.
And for some reason, it will be a luxury yacht.
Luxury
Actually,
is
the
Yeah.
600, the reconcept for the 600i Explorer variant departs greatly from the luxury touring version.
It's still a luxury bedpan, and I will not be convinced otherwise.
I will call the 890, the 600, the 300, all the different eyes out there, what I've always called them. They are the like gentlemen's killing machines, and they are absolutely weird because they just don't fit. Like it fits a serial killer or like a criminal, but it doesn't really fit like a spacefaring adventurer. Because when I think of
I
spacefaring
want to
adventure, I think
see
of
a 500i. I want to see a 700i. I want to see an 800i, and I
yeah.
want to see their flagship, the 1000i.
I want to see an origin ship that doesn't look like some jackass would double park it and block you into your driveway.
There you
That's
go.
That's even the
That's the
100.
That's the purpose of the Origin series in the first place.
Yeah.
It's for douchebag trust fund kids.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like
There-
headquarters is on
there's-
Earth, so yeah, it's got rich pockets. Whoever's still like rich enough to produce ships like that on Earth, yeah, they're well established in this time. I just can't wait for more like large scale ships that are just different, you know?
I want to see like a
handle.
medium-sized, like like the Gatak Rylan, like a medium-sized Banu, Tavarin,
Yeah,
sort of like what the Crusader Spirit and the Cuddy Black,
yeah,
medium-sized multi-role ships.
yeah.
Because I know all the alien ships are specialized.
Yeah, I want more size 3 and size 4 ships that are just kind of competition for the Connies, the Drakes, the Freelancers.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more ships that fit the same niches so that we get some like loyalty build up.
I want
I
to
want the
see a
Freelancer
Star
versus Cuddy
Citizen
debate.
Spaceballs Winnebago.
We got that.
Yeah, we got one.
Cutter doesn't count.
The Drake Cutter.
It looks exactly like the fucking ship from Spaceballs.
That is 100% what it is.
No,
You got what
Yeah,
you
you can't
wanted, and
convince
you
me
don't
that
like
that
it, and
wasn't
that's
the
not our
inspiration.
fault.
That's funny.
Can I jam a radar with it? No, I can't.
Well, no, that's
You
a Star
can-
Citizen problem. You can't jam anything right now.
You can jam it into a radar, and that's
There you
pretty
go.
much its best function.
Until we can move those into
rewatched
jars of pink
Spaceballs.
beans.
I love Spaceballs. It's so good.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it is. It is really funny.
I want a ship as long as that giant ship that they have scrolling through in the beginning.
I love that scene. It just goes on and on and on and on. Anyone notice that Dark Helmet's tie is a cock and balls?
Oh, of course.
I'm turned around. Where am I going? There we go. Oh, this is my favorite time of night on this moon when you get to see Crusader.
Yeah, it's fucking gorgeous.
That is one thing that I will continue to say about this game. You just can't make up the amazing screenshot opportunity that this game gives you. Like, no skybox,
Alright.
nothing. Like, it's amazing.
Mhm.
Elite Dangerous tries, but they have failed.
I mean,
Yeah.
we all love seeing pictures of asps in front of things, but
I love that. That's a huge fucking forum thread. It's like asps in front of things.
Is that a... I don't get the
That's got to be
reference.
an elite
the asp
dangerous
is
thing.
the
Yeah.
It is
like
the
default
Asp
explorer
Explorer.
ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
It,
See,
it's
Oh.
so like
I haven't played
Medium
that.
size
people early
Explorer.
game get their hands on it, do their first like actual expedition, and take like 8,000 screenshots and post them on the forums, and all of them have the asp in the front of the shot.
The Asp Explorer, basically picture a Nomad, but not as cool.
Oh, okay.
And it's a Nomad, but bigger and without the pickup truck bed.
Bummer. I do hope
My
that we
biggest
get...
gripe with Elite Dangerous was the sense of scale you get
It's
is
all off. Yeah, when they brought out Odyssey, it was like, oh god, my crate's this big.
Yeah.
My crate Mark II is massive.
What I
But
want
other
to
than that,
see...
you just lose all sense of scale when you're inside the cockpit, and your only thing is you see is the cockpit.
Right.
You know what I want to see? We've got the Merlin and the Archimedes. They are amazing in 0G, right? And they're not very good here in atmosphere. But they've got that snub fighter look to it. I would love to see kind of the opposite, where you've got ships that are amazing in atmosphere, and you would take them out in the atmosphere, and you'd fly them around in the atmosphere, but they're not really equipped to go spacefaring, and so they'd just be specifically snubbed for the ground, but a totally different shape. Like, why not
You mean a
ovals?
fucking jet plane?
Yeah,
So
something like that. But like,
weirdly
Air
enough,
gulper?
the Archimedes and Merlin actually are the duality you're describing there.
I guess
The
that's
Merlin
true.
is amazing in
Merlin is
atmosphere,
atmosphere. That's true.
but it's not great really in space at all.
Well,
Like
it's because
beyond
it's
just
the
being a light fighter.
what's the
But
expedition, right? The expedition version. So it makes sense. It would be the snubcraft that would go explore the planet. But I want to see manufacturers come out that say, let's make a saucer, you know, or hey, how about something that looks like a spoon? I really would love to see a spaceship, like not human manufacturers, like alien manufacturers, come out with spaceships that look like. Did you guys ever see Men in Black 2? With the lady with she's made of vines and that kind of thing, and she has this weird little golden ship with these huge legs that come out, and it looks
Oh yeah.
it looks
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like
But
a
it was tiny, right?
it was tiny, yeah, but like it'd be dope to see something like that where, you know, it's a very awkward ship. It flies horribly in the atmosphere. It's a pain in the butt to um, park, but it's an amazing space barge that's huge, and you know, people just use it mainly as a moving space station, that kind of thing.
I mean,
I
you
really
could
like
you
how
could
they
do
made
like
you think
a
that the ship was absolutely huge, but it was the size of a fucking
Right? It's like a
McDonald's
tulip
Coke
or
cup.
something. Yeah.
you could do like a hyper pragmatic ship design that's just like a pyramid with a thruster on each corner.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be dope
Aliens
though.
built the pyramids.
It's
All that
the
jazz.
what is it?
It's just
The
like
Star
how do
Trek.
we get the most strength out of this frame
What are those
with
dudes
the
in Star
least
Trek with the
material?
cube?
The Borg
Well, guys, I'm gonna pop off
The
of here,
Borg,
but
yeah.
dude, fun evening, man. Totally, still sorry, man,
Hey,
that
it's all
the
good.
purple team's not getting in. That totally blows.
It does, but don't beat yourself
Oh,
up
good.
about it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've never let people down like this. It's just so shitty. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but
It's not a
I
letdown. It's just an opportunity to learn.
yeah, cool. All right, we'll catch y'all later though. See ya.
Take it easy.
Later.
Alright, how we doing? We've got 53. Oh man, I really want to go for the full. Are you able to
I will
navigate
not
me?
be able to.
That's alright, I can go on my own for the last stretch.
I can get you to the half point, and then I'm gonna have to hop off.
Yeah, no worries. Tent, you going for a full run?
If I can get it in, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, same. I really want to post a run to the board, just to post one and say, look, I did it. Probably won't make it to the top 10, but who knows?
Well, right now the full run there is I think 2 on the board.
Oh, well, there you go. I'll happily take
So
third or
if
fourth.
you finish, you get third.
What are you doing? Driving all the way around the moon?
I'm driving from the Shubin.
Halfway around the moon.
Yeah, it's like
We're driving the full course of the Daymar Rally.
yeah, it's like 300 kilometers.
It is decidedly more than that. It is almost 400.
Yeah, there you go. What's
Oh, it's 537.
There you go.
What am I thinking? I'm thinking the bit after Eager is 400 because it's 209 to the reclaimer and then 209 to the final checkpoint.
Does anybody else get an issue with an NVIDIA graphics card where if you've run the game once already and you reopen it, it's like a frame rate mismatch with the refresh rate or something. It's
You mean
super
screen tearing?
weird. Yeah, it's like horrendous screen tearing, and the fix is to go back to your desktop and change the refresh rate of the monitor to anything else and get back into the game, and it's fine.
That doesn't sound like a Star Citizen issue. That sounds like an NVIDIA drivers issue.
Are your drivers up to date? Noticeable silence.
Did you have this problem last month? If your drivers are up to date,
Um,
Do you have graphics drivers?
can yeah. Were you not able to hear me there or something? Or
no, not at all.
No, we didn't hear you at all.
okay, that's
I
weird.
asked you if you drivers up to date, and it was just silence. I was like,
Yeah, the drivers are all up to date, and
Try rolling them back. Honestly,
Yeah,
if you weren't
did you
having
have
this
the
problem
issue
before.
That's what we do. I've got AMD, and like I had noticeable issues before with GPU crashes and things, and I would have to just roll back. And I'm on the earliest version of the drivers for this card, and I haven't had nearly as many issues. So sometimes
Yeah,
it
if
helps.
you have a new issue, try rolling back and see if it fixes it.
I mean, you won't have the latest and greatest, but sometimes you don't need it. So
I mean, it's a new issue in like the last month, but I think the last time the driver was updated was like 2 months ago. So it's
Gotcha.
kind of like
oh,
a
there's
Yeah,
definitely
midway.
something.
check your properties on the driver. You can get a. It'll tell you the last update, and you can verify that. But
Yeah, see, without even having to close the game, all I had to do was go back to the desktop, change it from 144 to 120, and bring the game back up, and voila, no more screen tearing.
I think that's just a VSync issue, isn't it?
that might be the other thing. You may want to try fiddling with VSync. Turn it on, turn it off, whichever it isn't right now.
yeah, when
I
we
can
get to
give
that
that a try too next time it happens.
when we get to that halfway mark, if I could just step inside your ship and take care of
Cool off.
all the stuff.
Now you're
yeah,
good.
before
They're
we head out.
43 kilometers away from
Cool.
halfway.
Nearly there. Man, the lights on a freaking Cyclone are better than lights on the Nomad. It's really unfortunate. Like, I love the Nomad. It's my favorite ship. I just really wish it had better night vision.
I wish we had night vision, period.
Well, I kind of enjoy it, to be honest, the fact that you have to rely on pinging and stuff with radar, but it would be great to have, like, something that helped you see
It doesn't have to be good,
signatures.
but
Yeah, just
something built
something
into the
to be
game
like,
would be nice.
yeah, something to be like, oh, I'm heading towards the ground right now.
Like
Like, just
But
honestly,
that.
the
we have
reshade
night vision
alternatives
right
people are
now.
using.
Yeah, we do. That's true. I mean, why not
Night
implement
vision is a thing that exists in the real world currently. I don't know why 900 years in the future it wouldn't be better.
True
Well, but
enough.
even if it's not better, but like you look at like the reshade presets people are using now, they're not like an advantage. It's just I can see now.
That's true. My friend had a night vision scope, and it was really cool in college to check it out. But man, that thing, it gave me such a bad headache when I was looking through it for more than like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, it'll do that to you. Try wearing it for hours and hours on end.
Well, I'm sure.
I had to do that for night flights when I was in the Marine Corps.
That sucks. So like
That
the
and
one
you
that
either
you
focus it
pull
for
down.
distance or you focus it for close up. There is no in between.
Yeah. No, it's like you said, Tint. At this point, it's really just managing your boost. Where are you at right now? How far are you from the midway point? Or yeah, you've already passed Eager, right?
Yeah. I'm 30 minutes past Eager. I'm about 100 behind you.
Cool.
I was catching up slowly, and then I got turned around and was going the wrong way for like 3 kilometers, and haven't caught up since. But I also hit a particularly bad section of rocks, and it's opening up again now. So hopefully I'll start gaining again.
Yeah. My goal is to just not be beat by you because you took so long to get back to where you needed to be. If I can do that, I can feel decent about myself.
I mean, if I manage to cover this 100-kilometer lead, we're gonna have to sit down and figure out how, because I won't know either.
Well, you see, I walked away, and then I got interested in this bunker, and I thought, oh, that's cool. What's this doing out here? Oh, I'm going backwards. All right, let's do this. Well, we're nearly there. 35. Starting
Feel
to get.
bad for the truck users.
Oh, I know. It's gonna be like what, a 10-hour stretch for them?
Current expected finish time is like 5.
If
For
they
them?
don't crash.
Or if they
Well,
don't
if
shoot
they
each
crash,
other.
they're out.
I wonder if there's a winner by default if it's like last person to be alive.
That's why you have those 5-minute check-ins.
Gotcha.
So you have to report your distance every 5 minutes, and they have people kind of checking in on you periodically.
Because if the
And
last one
if
standing,
nobody
it's like, all right,
finishes,
there you go,
it's
you
just
win
based on
by default.
yeah. Let's say nobody finishes, it's whoever got the furthest.
That's pretty cool. So it really is like a survival game for the trucks. It's like, get in your battle stations, boys. That'll be crazy.
How is the illumination from the Pisces?
That's great. I mean, that ship itself has really great. I was gonna say speakers for some reason. It's got really good headlights.
Everything about the Pisces is great.
It's a really nice updated ship. You know, it's got all the bells and whistles that a lot of the other ships are gonna get eventually. We hope. Although it's nice in the sense it's got all the nice quality of life improvements that it and the cutter received.
Yeah, the
Good.
current gold standards really is something.
Oh, I know, it's awesome.
There's a lot of nice things with the Corsair too.
That's true. Corsair, yeah.
It's just I was super disappointed with its performance in flight.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be fixing some of that, I imagine.
I mean, no matter what you do, it's still a Connie-sized boat. It's still going to fly like a Connie.
True enough.
Yep.
It flies much worse than a Connie. In atmosphere. It's
Well,
awful in atmosphere.
Well, yeah, the thing is, in atmosphere, that wing design would actually be entirely self-defeating.
Yeah, it would. I mean, does it look cool? Sure. Does it look more like that spaceship that Anakin and Ahsoka Tano use in the Clone Wars?
Clone
Yeah.
Wars? Yeah.
But, I mean...
Is it as good? No.
Yeah. But then again, like in movie Hollywood...
That and its hydrogen tank was fucking pitiful. Its quantum tank was... Yeah.
That's a bummer.
That they are fixing.
God, I hope so. It's like, for an exploration ship, its hydrogen tank was awful.
Yeah.
Look at this cool asymmetrical wing design for atmospheric flight. It maneuvers very well. You try to turn or bank at all, and the nose dives for the ground.
That's
Which isn't what it should do with that wing shape. But it shouldn't fly straight either.
Oh. Darn. See, now I'm on one wheel again. Oh, come on. There we go.
I guess it's got a lot of guns, but that's about it.
Oh, it's a Drake ship.
I stand by the people who were pointing out that it was never meant to be an exploration ship. It's meant for exploring other people's cargo holds.
Yeah, it's true.
Indeed.
and it's good at it.
Thing is, if you want a ship of that size, there are much better options. Like the
Well, okay.
Constellation series,
Yeah,
there are some
but
really good ones there. It
Here's
just
you
the-
can
needs
blow a
its
cutlass up
gold
with
pass.
Here's the
like
thing, though.
6 passes. It's
Here's the thing, though, that is my
big
beef
cannons.
with the current meta. Like, we have a maneuverability meta, which I hope that we move away from, because right now, with the current expectations of what bounty hunting is, go here, blow up this ship, with the current expectation of what rescue beacons are, go here, blow up these ships. Um, combat is heavily emphasized for what a ship needs to have that's manifest. Which, I mean, sure, that'll be an important aspect of it. But once we have other systems that are viable systems in place, so that not every ship needs to be, I mean, think about it this way: when you compare the Gladius and the Arrow, which are in the lore, like the next generation of fighter for the UEE military. So these are like your whatever the current generation of fighter jet is for the U.S. military.
The Gladius is supposed to be replaced by the Arrow.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got 3 generations. We've got the Gladius, we've got the Arrow, and then we have the old one, which was the uh, Avenger, Titan, right?
Yep.
And then you
The
look at
Gladius replaced the Avenger, and then the Arrow is supposed to replace the Gladius.
yeah. So if we've got these Avengers with handling that is not that good in comparison to those next generations, I mean, that's understandable. But these are being used by law enforcement, bounty hunters, pirates sometimes. It's just an interesting dynamic. Like, to have that amount of maneuverability and
I will
everything, sure.
defend.
But we are going to have more armor in the future. That'll be like, I assume that a
Physicalized
ship.
armor, yeah,
Yeah,
eventually.
like I assume that a Titan is going to have much more physicalized armor than an Arrow, right? Maybe even more than the Gladius. That they might even out with. I'm not really sure. Um, but yeah, I don't know. What were you going to say, Tim?
Say I will defend the selection of the Avenger as a cop patrol ship specifically
Yeah,
for the same reason why it generally makes sense in a lot of jurisdictions for cops to be driving Tahoes.
yeah, it's true. It's true. Like they
Because if
don't
they have to be responding to all different kinds of emergencies
exactly.
and not just high speed chases with shooting,
Yep,
then the Titan is then a very flexible little ship.
exactly. And so like once that flexibility becomes more emphasized, and it doesn't become like a hey, the majority of what you do in this game is fly around and shoot other ships when you're running around in your ship, then we're going to see ships, I think, like the Corsair and all these others that they don't really fit the current meta. They're going to shine really well with the new meta that doesn't need lots of like guns and all that stuff in every situation. But it'll be a very capable ship with doing what it does well, which will be probably a boarding ship, to be honest, like an unofficial one, because that's Drake. They don't really make things by the book.
Also, gotta look at the time and lore reasons for the armor deficiency between certain ships, because the Avenger Titan and the Retaliator were heavily armored because there were no shields. Humanity didn't have shields at the time.
Yep, that's true.
So the Arrow having much less armor, but having more shielding.
Makes sense.
I don't know why they fucking nerfed the Arrow and took away one of its shield generators. That just
I hope they bring it back eventually.
they
I
probably
honestly
will.
don't. It's in a really good space in comparison to the Gladius.
But
That's
if you're
true.
looking at it from a lore point of view, the Arrow was designed to surpass the Gladius, and right now they nerfed it for combat
In
meta.
in a straight fight between the two,
They're pretty par.
pilots of equal skill,
Yeah,
the Arrow has a mild edge
because of its maneuverability.
and smaller profile.
No, okay, that makes sense. Because
Smaller
profile is a
because
lot.
the maneuverability actually the Gladius it's kind of a toss up, but
The
the
point of a
Arrow
next
has more
generation fighter
firepower.
is to be better at everything than the previous generation.
Sure, but we're also at the point where in lore 100 years of iteration doesn't look like much.
That's true.
Humanity is technically stagnant.
We're innovating where we can.
But yeah, we're not seeing leaps and bounds acceleration of tech in lore for some reason. you look at how old some of the ship designs that are still being used in game are, and like, sure, I'm sure there's been some like internal iterative improvement of them, but like by the time of current year in game, the Hammerhead's been in service for what, like
500
150
years.
years?
Yeah.
We also got to look
Something
at
crazy.
component lifetimes. Like the when you build something to last a long time, it's not gonna be. There's no incentive to make the newest and greatest thing. So like a ship that's been in service for several hundred years, like the Idris, it's you can upgrade certain parts of the ship, like, oh, we're gonna replace this power plant with this power plant because this power plant generates more power and it lasts 10 times as long. So there's not a huge, you're calling it stagnation, but there's also just a point where
We've hit a ceiling where we
everything,
need to break through it
the
with new
the
tech.
vehicles that we use outlast the people.
Yeah, true.
Right now, in modern time, like right now in the real world, our tools and equipment aren't capable of most of the time aren't capable of lasting longer than us. And the
Uh,
jobs that certain equipment, yes, I know there's like a bunch of, remember all the maintenance that has to go into that. Like I'm gonna take the V22 because that's the platform I'm most familiar with since I maintained it for 6 years. The V22 has been around since the 80s. It has been upgraded 5 different times, from the originals to the Block A to the Block Bs, the Cs, the McCoys, the Dion Lierkums. It's been
right
upgraded 5 times
now,
in each and every single upgrade package. The frame is still mostly there, but the frame is also constantly being maintained. Like for every hour an aircraft spends up in the air, there's at least 10 to 20 maintenance man hours that has to go into that.
Wow.
sure.
So there's a
Wow.
huge amount of maintenance. But in the taking Star Citizen for example, your ship does, as it currently stands, your ship does not require as much maintenance in order to keep it afloat.
No,
True.
So a ship,
that's if you look at it in the context of not in aircraft, but if you look at it in the context of cars, where
you still
we've
got to do
gone
a lot. You
from
still got to do systemly checks and maintenance cycles on it as well. You got to replace the oil. You got to get the gas.
right, but
Adding gasoline
we've
counts fuel
taken that
maintenance.
service interval from you would have somebody look at that every time you pulled over for gas to you can go 10,000 miles without an oil change in a lifetime.
And that's my point. It's like because the technology is getting better, the materials are getting more refined. Everything's becoming more and more longer lasting. So imagine that 900 years in the future, when granted the
Well,
technology is a lot more complicated, but it's also had a lot of time to be refined and turned into this thing that lasts and lasts and lasts.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, components being what they are, materials being what they are, we're
Yeah,
also
all
dealing
the
with a
modular
different.
components, the fact that you can unplug it, take it out,
Yeah,
and plug a new one back in,
and we're
and it's
dealing with a
fine.
different medium here too. I mean, we're not dealing with constant
True,
need to
you're also
land
not,
and fight gravity. I mean, hangars and
and
probably a lot of
corrosion,
the. Oh yeah, like
all the
all the things
corrosion.
that you get out of when you get out there into space. So it'll be interesting.
and you do have aircraft platforms like the F-15 that have been in service for what, 50 plus years.
Is
Yep,
it
and you
that
got to
old?
look at
I
how
didn't
many
know
times
that.
Yes.
they.
That's
Oh
wild.
yeah, like the F-15 is there are several still in service squadrons, but it's still a good viable platform, and it's been upgraded countless times.
Right, but nonetheless, the original still works. Is I guess
Yep.
the
You
point of
also
that.
get generational iterations that are duds. I mean, look at again American fighter jets, and we've had some upgrade cycles to people trying to sell new aircraft that really weren't an improvement. The
Yeah,
Arrow
true.
could be just that. You could be cronyism.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Maybe the Empire is mad at Aegis and
yeah,
said,
it could be.
"Okay, Anvil, it's your turn."
Oh, we all know what the lore reason behind them being fucking pissed at Ages is because they're ties to the Messers.
Yeah, with the Hearst,
So
or
they're
not the
So
Hearst.
the
yeah,
Arrow not necessarily being a better design can still make inherent lore sense if it's not really something that Anvil earned replacing the Gladius with,
I will give
but
you I
was
will concede
handed to
that
them.
point. I will concede that point. But the original Arrow, when it got nerfed for the combat meta, it had 2 shield generators, which made it much more viable than the Gladius and just about everything.
Yeah. So
And that's also just like not fun in the sense that although we do want there to be like some ships that are inherently better than others, you want a bunch of different competitors at each like
game loop.
specific task that feel different. And the one shield setup does accomplish that. The arrow and the gladius feel very different to fight, even though they are for task pretty damn equal.
Yeah, there's definitely a good mixture of trade-off is what I feel when I pick between those two. Like their own more firepower and debatably more maneuverability. I'm gonna still be listening only for a minute.
What's up? We're 3,000 meters away.
All right, yeah. You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, just need to talk to my wife for a minute. Oop, that's a rock.
I enjoyed that little debate. That was fun. What? You didn't enjoy it?
Oh, I did. It's always fun to talk that kind of stuff. But yeah, the weird there's some weird ones for me in the sense of like having to justify why there are so many of certain things still in service. Like the hammerhead is again a great example. Like, okay, it makes sense. Somebody built a really, really robust like gunship for fleet combat that also is big enough that you can use it for all kinds of other things, reasonably capable, fits a decently sized crew. So yeah,
Yeah.
pirates are keeping them alive, but like how did the pirates come to be in possession of quite so many?
I know that's straight up just for gameplay.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
that's it. That's where you run into that same lore problem of like if the pirates were all mainlining Drake ships and like occasionally you got like an old UEE military model thrown in and like that was the sign that you were in for a fight that was going to be a tough one, that would be really cool to me.
Let me in.
you just open the doors.
Yeah, we can only hope as people get off Squadron 42, more missions like that will come to light.
Yeah, it's true.
They just need people to write the storyline for it and develop the arc. I guess everyone right now is still just focused on the engine and just getting all of the finessing and technical stuff. they need screenwriters.
Well, and I mean admittedly they also just they need more space to spread out the lore in.
Yeah. Yes.
Every
That's
new system comes with lots of new opportunity to give us that
change and
diversity.
refine. Yeah, like a lot of the original Pyro lore is gonna have to be retconned because of what they saw they could possibly do has greatly changed from what they're capable of now. Like originally, when they said they were going to release all these other systems, they came to the realization that hey, we can make all of these places completely 100% interactable. Where in the original it was going to be a little bit more like Elite Dangerous, where like you could look at this pretty gas giant, but you can't go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
You can get all like they could have made a game a lot like Elite Dangerous with a couple of additional add-ons. Where Elite Dangerous is you can look at this stuff, can't touch it. Where in Star Citizen, when they originally started making the game, it's like this was how it's going to be. You can look at it, but you can't touch it. But now they figured out how to, hey, you can touch everything. And so now they're having to build that, and they have to rewrite a bunch of the originally grounded lore to reiterate that. It's like, oh, you can go anywhere, you can do just about anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's why a lot of
Like
the Pyro lore is going to be retconned and then rewrote. Because originally the first planet was supposed to be a blasted rock you couldn't touch. But now it's going to be a sort of blasted rock that you can go on. and you can be near the very angry star.
I still actually want them to go a little bit harder with that than it looks like they're going to. I want it to be like, oh, you're on a planet in Pyro when the star's about to flare. You better get inside, or you're gonna be crispy.
Yeah, you better be behind some form of shielding, otherwise you're gonna turn into a Rice Krispie treat.
What are
Right.
these? These are radiation resistant plants. They
Thank
don't give a
you.
fuck. You do.
They live off of this shit. You can't.
All right. Take care. Thanks, Rex.
Oh, Rex, if you got like 5 minutes, can you come let me get a drink break before you bail?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm going the wrong way. That's the 10th. I want to go this
Like
way.
everyone's talking about how Starfield's gonna be pretty good, but it's gonna be trapped behind an infinite number of loading screens.
Oh yeah, loading screens. They're gonna have so many freaking people saying, "Man, this is such a great game. It's like the best movie ever." And that'll be what it'll be. It'll be a big movie. I mean, because what's that game? I never played the full series, but I did play a little bit of it. It's like you play a captain. What's his name?
Mass Effect? Is that what
N7.
you're
Yeah,
thinking?
yeah, Mass Effect with N7 or whatever that was. Um, like really cool game, you know, over the shoulder, run around, FPS kind of stuff. You got some space flight, sort of, not really. Um, I can see, I can see there being Starfield being kind of split up into just two teams. You know, you got your flight simulator bit where you're in space, then you get your loading screens to go to space stations slash planets and do more Fallout slash space Skyrim kind of things.
I mean, that's what the thing is. Like,
Yeah.
if they make it space opera, I think it works well as a style.
Yeah,
Because,
which
like, I mean, that's
that's a good way to do it.
Story just needs to be convincing. It needs
Yeah.
to be
Yep.
very well written, and
Yep.
that's the concern.
Well, I
It's
mean,
like
Bethesda's
most of the
not
stories that they're
renowned.
coming out with nowadays aren't very good or well thought out.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
they're
Yep.
they're struggling a lot. It'll be
I
interesting
really,
for sure.
like, I had no beef with Skyrim. It was Fallout 4 that was like, what? What's my motivation? Oh, the baby that I instantly forgot about. Got it. Cool.
Well, I'm
Same
after
with
my
Outer
son. Well,
Worlds.
I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna build a big old base.
Yeah,
Oh
I
wait,
think
that's right.
Outer
I'm
Worlds
supposed to
didn't
be
capture
saving
me
my
in the
son.
exact same way. It's like there's like
Was
5 minutes
is
of
that you that just
backstory.
went past me?
yeah.
Yep.
Well, this is
All
the
right.
thing. I think that
It's a
we've
good
got
flat spot right here.
we've got a lot of games being made right now that don't really have a good story, that don't really have a good thing. They're just trying to capitalize on mechanics that have become very cool and very popular, mainly.
Look at this cool mechanic we thought up.
Well, I mean, there's
Yeah.
crafting is
Story shit.
yeah, crafting is cool. Yeah, spaceflight is cool. Yeah, all these other
Not even
things,
that
those
they
are
thought
cool, but
of.
still. What's that?
Not even things that they thought of. It's like things
No, it's
that others
they're
have done. They just have
recycling.
iterated on it once more, and they're like, "Ooh,
Yeah,
shiny new product."
exactly.
I know some pixel art games that have amazing stories.
Oh,
Like
I
they didn't
know.
have revolutionary mechanics. They just had a good fucking story.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, there's this
They
really
did
good.
everything else well. Yeah.
There's a really good YouTube kind of discourse where someone is talking about how indie games are being more popular and selling more copies and making more money for these developers than AAA titles. And it's for this exact reason. You've got the same problem we have in Hollywood. People are focusing on big fish. They want high budget films, high budget games with high budget returns. Because when Infinity War came out or Endgame or whatever it was for Marvel, Hollywood looked at that and said, wow, this is the cash cow. Like, we're not really interested in making really awesome mid-budget films anymore. We're interested in making high-budget films that are a really great
Everybody
investment
wants maximum
or
and
small.
fast returns now. There's
Exactly.
no patience anymore.
And that's the thing. Like, the 90s were
Hey,
chock
what's up?
full. Like, think about all the great movies that we love. Shawshank Redemption, Fight Club, what's that one? Where
Helmet, 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 helmet.
I'm wearing a helmet.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Not on my
maybe
screen.
it might just be on your screen.
It's
But like
it,
all those
no,
films,
I'm joking, but I'm wearing one on my screen.
they are the films of the 90s, and they all had mid-range budgets under 100 million.
I have a helmet. Oh,
Think of all the games that we loved growing up. They didn't have huge budgets.
All right, tell me when my helmet appears. I apparently can't trust this.
All right, you have a helmet on now.
So that's
Cool.
what I'm hoping we see, because it's kind of neat. I don't remember who said it, but I think they're actually right. I think Chris Roberts and Star Citizen are, without intending to, building the actual metaverse right now.
Yeah, I think they're well on their way.
Because
Oh yeah, absolutely.
because I mean, you can do everything in this game, and they're making the technology for it. They got plenty of people interested in it, and they still have the attitude as a good development studio, even though they're like 800 people strong now. They still have the attitude of an indie game studio, which is interested far more in their fans, far more in doing cool things and focusing on the cool technology that they want to do because they want to do it and not because it sells.
I
Because
mean, they're also getting returns on it in the sense that they're not having to spend a dime on marketing. We're all shilling this game for them.
it's true, and I think that's why this game is going to be as successful as it's going to be, and even more so. Like we don't even have a
Yeah,
game yet, and we've got
yeah,
amazing funding for this company.
exactly. I mean, I think that kind of fits under the definition of what the metaverse would be in like
Yeah.
20 years ago, people's minds, is like it's something that's just fueled by those
People's
who were in
interests.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're saying. Like, it's going to be really cool to see all the amazing things that go on in this game. And we've got people like Zuckerberg, we've got people like Bill Gates, we've got people like Elon Musk, all these guys interested in, really great, awesome, big cash cows, or pursuing really crazy anthropological pursuits for their own thing. And so they're taking over all this stuff. But I mean, Chris Roberts and them, they're just like
Philanthropic.
philanthropic. That's it. Chris Roberts and them, they're just like, we just want to make the coolest space universe game ever. Like
Well, and
that's their
the
only
the
goal.
problem
Yeah.
the problem that they're going to run into, and the problem that the Zuckerbergs are trying to solve in advance, is how to keep the lights on.
Yeah, no, that's
Because
definitely
once
true.
the game is built, like even today, CIG's Amazon Web Services bill, based on their financial statements, it's got to be at least $15 million a year,
Oh yeah, easily.
and that's with the current player base, not with a
4
finished
billion.
feature complete games
Yeah,
player base.
that's true. It's definitely going to be. I mean, I'll be honest. I can see this game becoming a subscription service. Where you pay a monthly fee.
If that's where they go with it once it becomes live, if it's
I'd
oh,
honestly
if
be okay
you
with it.
yeah, if you hit these certain like pledge levels before we went live, then you get like
Discounts
discount
or
And a
the
something. Yeah,
grandfather,
subscription,
yeah.
or you
that'd
get
be cool.
grandfathered in, and then
Yeah.
everybody else here, it's $5 a month, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
that's true.
That's a sensible way to continue funding the existence of the thing.
And that's the thing too. Like, we have a
But
lot of
I don't
people.
think they're going to let go of ship sales. I just don't think that's actually going to
No,
happen.
I think that'll always be a thing because it's a good boost, right? And the convenience factor of it too. I mean, there's all
Well,
sorts of
and
ways that
the
could go.
ship team can be a very small thing to keep on going. You could have a 20-person ship team put out 2 ships a year and pull in enough money to cover keeping the lights on.
Yeah, I can see them close to doubling some ship prices too when the game like fully releases, quote unquote.
Yeah, and if
whatever that
once
means.
people are avoiding a, like right now, your grind to get a Carrack is what, 80 to 100 hours
It'll easily
of like
double.
actually cash based gameplay.
Yeah,
If that Carrack goes up in price, 4 to 12 times, like they keep throwing that number around,
yeah.
suddenly your grind time, if the cash prices for payouts for missions stay the same, is now 500 hours.
Honestly,
Oh,
though,
that, yeah. I was talking about real life, like IRL
oh
dollars.
Yeah, well, that's
Like I'm
what I mean.
thinking
Is that
yeah,
ship, yeah.
if you're saving 500 hours of grinding, people will justify a lot of money on a Carrack.
Right.
yep.
Right.
And the cool thing too is it's really going to incentivize people to dedicate themselves to multi-crew roles as well. For people like me, they don't want to spend more than $200 on the game. They enjoy the grind. They're pretty satisfied with having a solo ship that they run around in. But I mean, it'll be amazing when they get it all sorted out to be able to say, hey, I logged in and here I am on the org's Kraken. Hey, who's in port right now? Hey, let me join your crew, you know, and then continue to save up for my next big ship, little bit by
I
little bit.
love that. I love that aspect of this game. It's like I'm gonna use a comparison to Elite Dangerous because that's the default one. It's like, but you can pilot essentially a Corvette class ship by yourself, and in
In
this
Elite
game,
Dangerous.
And
you
never
can
see
pilot.
anybody for a month and a half while you do it.
Yep.
That is a real life
And
human.
in this game, you can't pilot you can pilot a Corvette class ship by yourself, but it's gonna be borderline worthless.
Yeah.
Because the pilot slave guns are like, you might have one or two size 3 repeaters
Just missiles even for nothing.
and missiles like that. But in order to get the full weight of that ship operational, and then that's not even including the eventual introduction of engineering gameplay,
Yeah.
means the amount of time you spend actually piloting that ship is going to be almost nothing.
And the cool thing too.
But you need a crew, so you can either do that via NPCs, and they'll be all right, but they won't be like a crack team or a
Yeah.
player who is dedicated his time. It's like, I'm going to be an engineer, and I'm going to be the best damn engineer this game has ever seen.
Yeah. And the cool thing too is the in-game purchasing of these big ships really encourages orgs to come together and pool their resources. Hey, this thing, it costs like 3 billion. So, how about we get together some salvage operations, some mining operations? Who's got small fighters? Who's got small cargo runners? Who's got small
Yep, we're going
things?
to need
Hey,
some escorts.
next month we're going to be able to afford bigger cargo runners and bigger ships to increase our security. And we're going to see orgs dynamically in game grow their fleets with in-game purchases. Like, it's going to be amazing to see that dynamic play out, because it's almost going to be like an arms race to be the most powerful org that you can be, so that you can watch your back or be secure or be the best pirates or whatever it is. It's just going to be really cool.
Makes me excited for the ability to spawn ships inside of other ships or on other
Yeah,
ships.
that'll be
Like crack.
sweet. That'll be dope.
I love that. You can already somewhat do that. You can, like, for an example, you could park your Pisces inside of the hangar, and it'll still be there when you pull it out.
No, I mean like
Like-
from terminal. Say you want to put this ship in this other ship's hangar, just spawn it in the hangar with the other ship, or spawn ground vehicles in there if you're at spaceport or whatever.
That would be the biggest quality of life improvement, honestly. If you could just
Yeah,
call up your Connie and say, please already have a Cyclone in it.
exactly.
Well,
Yeah, if you
I
like use the
imagine-
ASOP terminal and that's an option, it's like, would you like to have like just a pull down menu? It's like, I would like this ship to be spawned with it.
Yeah, because it's like they have sizes associated with each of the different landing platforms, and I'm sure they could extend that to each ship as well.
I
Just
imagine
attribute a parameter, and then
physicalized inventory and being able to choose how you load your cargo and all that stuff. It's only a matter of time before they say introducing, vehicle loadout. Let's say you own a Jeep or two, you want to load those into your Carrack or whatever it is. Now we have an interface for that. Which location in your ship would you like us to place this, because this takes up 8 SCU of cargo space.
If they can go on the grid, that's an interesting thought. Although,
I can see there being limitations to it, like how people will shove like 12 dragonflies into the.
I think that's going to be what we heard them talk about with the cargo refactor, though. We are going to see people snapping things to the grid, and then we're also going to see people squeezing in little things on the side that they can, and that'll be okay. It'll be acceptable, but it's not going to be really something that they're going to be able to get away with doing easily with, a monitor in a screen in the middle of a spaceport. They're going to have to go in there and manually load some of this stuff. I honestly would be okay with that, because it kind of increases the.
No, if you can trade time for increased cargo capacity, that's fair.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you can say, I'm willing to put in the time to manually park my 12 dragonflies instead of just spawning this Valkyrie with 3 in it.
Yep. I mean, it'll be definitely. I mean, it'll be great as well to do a mixture of the two. I mean, how many times have we done a race night where we're sitting there and we're saying, gosh, how many more of these do we need to load into the A2 or C2 or whatever it is we're using?
Can a Gladius's repeaters take out a Cutlass Black?
I mean, anything's repeaters can take out anything given enough time.
That's true.
But
They do it.
yes,
They do it quite
Gladiuses
well.
can eat cutties for lunch.
Yeah, they do it quite well.
Size 2 shields are not really an impediment.
Nope. It'll be the
Also
armor.
looking
Certainly
forward
not
to
when you
that
only
little
have one of
change
them.
to the weapon system. Like how you need to have a weapon above a certain damage threshold in order to actually put reasonable damage.
Into
Like
the
how
shields.
like an arrow with the size 2s won't be able to dent like a capital class shield generator.
Yeah, it's true. It'll recharge before it ever goes down.
I mean, if you've tried to take down an 890 in a Gladius, you've already experienced what that might look like. It
It's
takes
true.
for fucking ever.
It does take ages. I did it
But you can
once.
do it.
You
You
can,
It is possible right now.
if the 890 has no turret gunners to stop you.
True. That's true. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting because like there's all sorts of cool changes I'm looking forward to, like with the salvage being used on a what do you call it, a gimbal. I remember they were talking about how they're thinking about the way they do gimbals right now, and how they might just put everything on a gimbal in the future, and you'll just have basically a slider that says how much gimbal do you want, and it's a trade-off between your damage output and how much maneuverability your ship's weapons have. So you could have super maneuverable weapons, but not very maneuverable. Or sorry, but not very damaging.
You have to relocate power to the gimbals instead of the weapons.
Right, exactly.
It's to be computational power or something like that. They could call it.
It is funny how the way they've got things set up right now, there's that handful of ships that you can use your Toby and shoot sideways with.
I'm so backwards right now. I just hit the worst turnaround. You might be following me to some crazy. Okay, so you're there.
I'm following the package marker right now to the midway point. I'm not quite there yet.
Okay, so that's the package to the midway, which means that's the package to the beginning. Okay. Midway point, Eager Flats. I've got 2 packages in front of me all of a sudden, and I'm so confused.
There are 3 in front of me right now.
Yeah, there's
I think one of those markers is actually the delivery point.
Is it? Package.
Head in the opposite direction,
I don't
Tintism.
know. That's what I'm gonna do, yeah. Hopefully I show up at the right location. Otherwise, it's just like, oh well, that was fun.
If you pass Tint on your way, you're going the wrong way.
Right. Ugh.
Yeah. If CIG manages to make everything that they envisioned for this game possible, I could see this becoming a Ready Player One sort of situation.
Oh yeah, sure. Lots of people play this game. I mean, we've already got 4 million people that are interested enough to buy a game package at least. I mean, that's quite a
Well, they have sold 4 million game packages.
a lot of
How
those,
many people in this call right now have more than one?
I
have
have
one.
Me too.
I have only one.
I'm not interested
Well,
in how many
You're
alts,
the outlier, Tint.
This is a below average room in this org.
how many alts do you have, Tim?
I have 2.
Okay. See, for me,
So you're main and alt, or alt and main and 2 alts?
Main and 2 alts.
Okay.
see for
So
me,
3 total.
I don't see the point of having an alt. Like, I would much rather just see how long my guy can make it, and then
Yeah, I
different
don't want to
things.
buy race ships cash.
Yeah, I see the point of. Yeah, exactly.
that makes sense.
Also for gifts too, for like rewards
That
and
is
stuff.
that is the other thing. Is that like right now, actually, one of my alts effectively winds up being my, hey, do you want to try out Star Citizen to a friend?
There you go.
A good one too.
Yeah, that's true. That'd be fun. Because like I can see this game still being wrapped up or wrapping up its development. Ideally, it'd be wrapping up its development in about 10 years and working on the end game of saying, hey, we're now ready to start putting out actual patches for the game, saying, hey, introducing patch 2.0, you know, here's 10 star systems, to go check out. I would love that, and hopefully at that point in time, we'd be able to say like with some of these alt accounts, like, hey, my child who's just getting into playing video games right now, he's asked me already like, hey, when are you going to teach me how to play the spaceship game? And I'm saying, well, you don't have the dexterity for that right now. You're only 5 years old, but he'll get there.
I'll let him surprise you.
Oh, he's already super dexterous. He can play. Well, he's really good at Super Mario and that kind of stuff. We have a retro Pi that I set up for him, and he's always curious about all sorts of stuff. Once he learns how to read, that's when he's gonna really explode. I think all sorts of cool stuff.
But yeah, there's situations like that, and then there's also just the reality of like, if we hit the point where the scale of Star Citizen is, 100 star systems, I'm gonna
It might
leave.
be
I'm gonna
nice,
leave an
yes.
account with the Org fleet. I'm
So
gonna
true.
have an account that's out doing whatever the hell I want to do,
Yeah,
and then I'll probably leave one account at like wherever the current central hotspot is for events.
I guess that's a good
Really good
idea as
point.
well.
You can
Yeah,
also
that is
gift
one.
and you can gift things with in-store purchase
Yeah, that's true.
between accounts. So you can just do that unlimited times, I guess. Transfer whatever you want. um, assuming it stays that way.
Well, and it's also just
But
like if I have one account that has the ships I need to make money, after release, then I can slowly over time send off credits to alt accounts and let them get a couple of basic ships for what I want to do.
don't exactly have your pirate ships funded by your legal industrial affairs. Lovely.
I gotta figure out where the heck I'm going. So we already did that package. We did that package, and I'm heading to that package. Are there two waypoints that Aaron put for us that are like in the middle? Do you know?
So the first one was the 209 for the Betty, right? The halfway mark,
I don't know.
the one you just passed.
I
The
believe.
halfway mark had the number began with a 3, and that was the only one that began with a 3.
Yeah, so that's the one I'm still headed
The
towards, and the one
one
you
at
just
Eager
passed.
Flats, I believe, was 647242.
Yeah, 614 is the lead on that. 614272, I think.
Okay,
So
so that
it's
means that the Kudra ore is the 489.
if you,
Yeah.
I mean, if you pull up your map, you can probably.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at it, and then there's the 636397, which I'm like, what is that?
It's possible it's just an extra one he didn't pick up. Where is it?
I don't know where it is. It's at Bountiful Harvest. Oh, yeah. I forgot that I could click on the freaking map and look at the location. Yeah, okay, so 489, that's the one I want to go to.
Yeah, 489 was the next one you needed to go to.
Cool. And
All
another
right,
big,
guys. I think that's it for me tonight. So
have a good one.
take it easy.
Yeah, I'm also hopping off.
Take care, Rex.
You as well. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be happy that I finished this thing. I've always wanted to do a full run.
All right. Hope you make it.
Yeah,
Good
thanks, you
night.
too. We're getting there. So you're almost at the halfway point, you said?
I'm still 40 out. I'm 90 behind you.
Okay. That's true, yeah, you
So
were about like 90 something.
I've recovered 10 of the kilometers I lost.
There you go.
Actually, I think I'm back where I started. Basically, I think I started out like right as you and Rex were getting to Eager. I think is when I started. So
Nice. Yeah, I'm starting at some hills again. You're gonna miss that navigator. Alright, what do we got? We got plateaus, that kind of thing. Lots of loyalties. Have you done the full run before?
I have not successfully finished one. I had the one that we went on with the oxygen problem, and then I've had a couple that got 30K'd out.
Okay. Well, here's to hoping. Feels like a good night for it. We should be alright.
You can't just go saying things like that, man.
We'll be alright.
So what happens if you bedlog in a rented ship and the rental expires before you get back on?
It'll probably put you back in your home. Like
It's possible it'll put you in it, but it'll mark the ship as stolen.
no,
But it's more likely that you'll just get shoved back to your home planet.
Because what happens is, if you log out of if you bedlog out of a friend's ship, and then they are logged out when you log back in, and you don't log back in on their server, get a rock. If that happens, then what it'll do is basically when you log in, the system says, "Where's the last location we have for like where you bedlogged?" And if it can't find it, or if it's an invalid location, what it does is it just pauses a long time and tries to figure out where it should put you last. And if it can't find the last location that you were like at a spaceport or something like that, it'll put you at your, like the default is to just say like, okay, just put him at wherever he set his home to be when he created his character. That's like the reset that it does when it can't find a valid location. That's happened to me a few times when I bedlogged from friends' ships and then I log back in and they're not online. These rocks. I did not miss these rocks.
Are they ever going to implement commercial flights and take away the ability to just file a claim on your ship from anywhere?
Probably not.
They're eventually gonna separate the way that we claim our ships from ASOP terminals to go fly them from hangars and insurance claims. At least that's what I was told.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there gets added an option that is have my ship shipped to me instead of claiming the ship, because eventually claiming the ship will remove all the components and like modifications, things like that you've done to it.
Yeah.
Those aren't meant to be part of like the basic insurance package. You will either have to pay extra to insure those, or they just won't persist across claiming a ship.
Yeah, you know what? That'll be the subscription service right there.
Yep.
Now they have
Maintaining
very
insurance.
explicitly stated that they want it to be something you can support with in-game like in-game grinding. But
Maybe
we'll
they'll get
see.
better rates or something.
That was what Elite did for their early backers. Was if you like were in the initial Kickstarter group for Elite Dangerous, your in-game rebuy costs were cheaper.
That's cool.
I think like the standard rate that most people paid was like 5% of the value of the ship, and like the early backers paid anywhere from like 2 to 3% depending on when they backed.
Nice. Oh no. Oh good. It's always scary when you're on that trajectory for a big giant crash with a big giant rock and then you just miss it by like maybe a meter.
Yeah, I've already got a pretty good ding in my rear bumper from a bad tumble.
Oh yeah. Mine scraped up a bunch. Luckily I was able to top off to 100% on food and water. And now I just need to use my med pens sparingly.
You got your oxypens, right?
Yeah, I've got some oxypens on me. I've only had to use, I think 2? I think I have 2 more. So that's enough to put me back to full, I think.
I think I accidentally refilled my oxygen at Eager when I completely stripped the suit so I could get my body temp down faster.
There you go.
Because I've only had to use the one, and I think I was still at like 65% when I used it.
Mm.
So Ah, good. We've reached the point where there are just invisible rocks or intangible rocks.
Oh yeah, the fun part.
Is it going to be a problem for me to hit this rock? I don't know.
What? There is no rock. Instead, consider the fact that there is no rock. I am really surprised by the durability of these things.
I feel like I understand the logic that went into making them take like no damage from natural objects relative to man-made, but also like it leads to some really hilariously goofy things
Oh yeah,
where you
that's true.
can, fly them full speed into solid walls of rock 60 times in a row and they're fine, but you crash them into one light pole and it's game over.
No, I mean, light poles are dangerous, man. But yeah, it is comical. I look forward to if and when we start seeing a lot more like durability vehicles being important. You know, when Steves and Cyclones and all these are much more damageable, and so you're going to see broken down. I mean, it'll work with the universe with salvage and things too. You know, you're going to see people saying, "Hey, check it out! Like, there must have been a race going on over here because there's all these dudes, Cyclones, piled up over here. There must have been a bad crash." You know?
See, I also kind of live in fear of that though, because the prospect of turning up to a popular racetrack and having your frames suddenly dive down to
That's true. That
single
would suck.
digits because there's clutter everywhere is just like that's not.
It'll be a fun way to mark out racetracks, though, too. You know?
I
Like,
am looking forward to being able to drop flares on the ground and have them persist.
me too. There's so many pink flares we can grab. I actually had the idea, and I'm sitting there in the shower the other day saying, I gotta tell Tint about this. This is brilliant. We'll just make our own, like, glow light ramps, or
Oh yeah,
not
that's
ramps, but stuff. And then it dawned on me that they would despawn, and I was like, ah, never mind.
yeah. I think that actually came up when I was talking to Loud during the charity stream. Like we were
There you
talking
go.
about, like I think my first order, if the glow sticks work the way I hope they do it with persistent indie streaming, I'm just going to be ordering literal cases of the ones that don't go out from
Yeah,
Tac Panda, just the ones you can loot from outposts.
yeah,
And yeah, we'll just scatter them out across a desert, and it's like, okay, this is the track.
yep. Have fun. And it'll be fun to go to the PTB racetrack, too. Just for kicks and giggles.
Have you done Grey Cat Challenge at all?
Nope. Is that the one where you have to do like a PTV on a Norrisan platform?
That one's Cloud Chasers. The Grey Cat Challenge is it's just like a tight figure eight track in the garages at New Babbage.
Oh, I've seen it. I wanted to try it. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
It's really fun. Like it's a great idea for a track. It's also just hilariously frustrating to try and optimize because the PTV is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see more dynamic races where we've got people racing against each other. And that'll be fun to see. I think it'd be neat to see even with the implementation of V0 of like races, racetracks and whatever the race missions are going to look like. That'll be pretty cool. But I look forward to being able to enter in and join even non-player character races and try and beat the AI on racetracks. That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah,
Like with ground vehicles.
hopefully the next layer of racing that we get is we get scramble races back
Yeah, that'd be cool.
because they had that, but it was a hot and buggy mess and nobody used it.
Gotcha. Yeah, it'll be dope. because I'm not a good pilot. I'm not a I'm a decent pilot, but I'm not a comfortable enough pilot yet to do like actual flight racing. But I really enjoy running around in a Cyclone or even a Ranger when those come out. That'll be a ton of fun.
I mean, what I will say on that is, like, the way I got comfortable with it was doing it.
Yeah, no,
It's really the only way about it.
I'm getting more used to my left joystick at this point, but I'm nearly at a point where I feel pretty confident that I could maneuver myself in a pretty good manner. My biggest thing is I'm still getting my strafes confused. I'm using the hatch switch, I think is what it's called, the like joystick on top of the joystick for
Oh, the mini
my
stick.
for my left and right strafe and my up and down strafe. So yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I got started with racing. It was me and Jorzilla were both like getting new control schemes at the same time, and started using old Vanderval for practice and comparing times, and started putting up videos. And we got the racing thread, and then the racing channel, and the leaderboards.
Yeah, that's
Now we're
awesome.
here.
Alright, 138 to go. Closing in. Oh no! Okay, dodge that rock. There are some huge rock fields over here, by the way. And you're about 140.
I didn't need to know that. I'm gonna live in happy denial.
But there are valleys where you can avoid most of them, is what it looks like. So that's where I'm going to be going. It's still weird to me that your boost makes you fall faster.
Come again?
When you boost in a low gravity environment like Daymar, like if you catch air while boosting, you will fall faster than you will when you're not boosting. Like you'll be pulled down to the ground faster than you would otherwise.
I always just assumed that was a function of your speed plus the gravity creating an arc. So
Yeah, I
your
guess that's
forward
true.
momentum eventually kind of pointed back into the ground.
It's a good idea. It's a good point.
But also, knowing CIG, I wouldn't doubt for a second that for some reason, if you're boosting, you fall faster.
I use it to climb up a hill real quick and then not get tons of air where I otherwise would, although sometimes that backfires. Hmm. There are definitely cleaner routes without as many rocks on the right side. Actually, no, I guess you just have to get through it. I will say this, for procedurally generated rocks and things, this planet is just such a cool one. Gosh. I'm sitting here and I'm just like, how do those people in Noxes and hover quads do it? This is wild.
A lot of them die is the answer.
Yeah. Although this has given me the
Oh,
desire. Oh, are you watching my stream?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, totally messed that up. This has totally given me the desire though to pick up a Nox and give it a try at some point in the future. I don't know how I'll do, but I'll give it a go. Oh, that was not the speed I was looking for, but that's okay.
It does take a while for larger ship shields to come up, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yep. The larger size shields have much lower recharge times.
yep. Boost that power.
And of course, they won't recharge at all if they've taken any hits in the last 5 seconds, which is why currently a light fighter can eventually chew down an.
Yeah. But then you've got ships like the Redeemer with, what is it, size 3 shields. So it's at least got a lot to chew through.
I don't know. I've rented the Andromeda. I actually kind of like it. It's not too bad.
Yeah, the Andromeda is a good one. I like the Connies. For me, I'm holding out hope that one day Consolidated Outland will put out a ship that's a competitor for the Connie with an open giant truck bed, so I can use. So instead of a Merlin or a Pisces, I can use a Mustang as the snub fighter.
Mustang's going to have some fun times docking. Although it would be
Yeah.
hilarious to see a Mustang with just no landing gear that like attaches as a top pod.
Well, when I pledged in 2015 and I started playing before my 7-year hiatus, there was definitely a different design for the Mustang because you had to climb up the underbelly to get in. The cockpit didn't open up the way it does now, and the wings didn't fold down. They just were always down, and there were little wheels that popped out. Um, and it was cool because you had to climb up a ladder to an O-ring kind of thing, and that ladder would like pop out and pop back in when you opened up the animation to climb into the ship. And so I always imagined that that would be how you would dock, is you would park basically belly down, and whatever O-ring was there on the ship that you're docking to, that's the one that it would be. Oh man, there are a large amount of crystals over here. I need to get over to the right, avoid these hills. Look at that, beautiful. You just can't make screenshots like that. So little do I know, there's like tons of players out there right now, just flying around.
What's your recording time sitting at? Like, it's
So
going to be like 2 hours 15?
no, I started recording my video probably 2 minutes before we started because I was waiting on Rex to get to his ship. And I don't have a stopwatch or anything going, but I do have the video recording, and the video recording is at 3 minutes and, or sorry, 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds. So I will probably be low on that top 10 list once it gets more populated, but at least I'll be on the top 10 list.
We'll say, what are you at?
3 hours, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Well,
No,
58 seconds.
you're on track, my man.
Nice.
Because if you can cover that remaining 90 clicks at
Well, I've
roughly
got
the same
100.
speed you do Scuba Deeger at, you'll clock in just under 4 hours.
Nice. There's some big mountains in my way. I'm trying to avoid. Such a cool idea. Having a race car that you can just like boost with hydrogen rocket fuel. Whenever. Like, it kind of makes sense from an engineering perspective. If we've got an electric vehicle, like, and it's got little rocket boosters on it, you just use some of that hydrogen fuel that you're converting to electricity. I'm hitting big giant ravines. Poop. Oh, yeah, I need to go more to the left. That's good, I'll follow the ravine. I guess I'll go this way. Can I go to the right? I can go to the right. Perfect. Okay, yeah, there's some really big ravines, but they're all running parallel to the direction I want to go, so that's handy. From 114 clicks, I think, last time I saw. Rocks. Which way?
So how long do you figure before they fix the AI?
What do you mean by fixed?
Which aspect of it are you looking at?
I mean, make them, not stand on seats. Make them actually do stuff. I've seen
That's
so
polish
many
pass shit.
strange things.
Like
Yeah,
that's polish pass material. Like honestly, the AI that aren't doing anything, that are just like there to make the spaceport not look empty.
they're probably
CIG
low
doesn't
on the
care
to-do
about
list.
those until they're ready to go into beta.
Yeah, that's probably an accurate statement, I would say. I
Because
would
they don't
think that
affect gameplay.
they're gonna be caring a lot more about the A. I mean, they did mention that kind of behavior in the last AI checks that they were giving about 2 or 3 months ago. What we can expect, I'm thinking, is when they've got the new bunkers being rolled out. I'm imagining that's when we're gonna see, or sorry, when they do the rework on underground facilities, and we see. Dang it, just doing full 360. I'm trying to freaking go forward. I'm driving backwards right now. When we see the new underground facilities come out, I think that that's when we can for sure see the different types of AI when it comes to hostiles. We'll have the aggressor, the the pusher, the guy who's like sitting back and camping, all that stuff. And when they were giving that kind of update on the AI that they were working on, they were also mentioning that they had started refining and like looking at a different process of how to do the AI. Because basically, the way they did the AI now sucks. They've said it, like they're throwing it out the window because the way that they approached doing it just didn't work and didn't scale well and all this other stuff.
Yeah, because the tools that already existed in CryEngine for it were designed for much smaller scales.
Oh yeah, and so they're going to be reworking that, and as they rework it, they're focusing on getting the combat people more difficult and all these other things. And Chris and some other guy on one of the interviews, he was saying like they would sit there and they'd try to do this one mission like 4 or 5 times, and the AI just kept killing them. And it wasn't because it's hard to make AI really good at combat. It's actually really easy to make them good at combat and like just take you down super quick because they don't have to aim. They don't have to, they know where you are. Like they're part of the machine. They can just be like, okay, what's the coordinates? Point my gun, go. But the thing that they're working on is making it challenging and dynamic and more realistic. But in addition to that, back to your point about these people in the hangars and things, they were working on like being able to actually go around and push carts, being able to, more accurately use the furniture, use the vending machines, have dynamic conversations, where you'll see them talking to each other about just random things. I'm super excited. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but there is I think it's called OGL Chat. I could have the name totally wrong, but it's an AI that has been worked on, and I don't know too many details about it, but what I do know about it is that it is incredible at generating things, including dynamic conversation. People have created mods for games like the Mountain Blade game, where you can talk to random villagers, and these villagers will have dynamic AI generated conversation with you. They'll follow the conversation. They will make sense with their conversation, and all this stuff. Now, granted, that's all text based, but I'm excited because if we can port something in like that, or if they're able to learn from that, and CIG can build that and bring it into their engine, I mean, it'd be amazing to just hear AI talking about stuff when you're walking through the lobby, and they're just talking about some random lore
Hold on, let's
or
be
whatever.
real here. Running, sprinting through the lobby.
Yeah, I don't know when that'll happen. We'll
I
see.
have not seen too many people walk.
If you're on a light server with like less than 50 people and you're in a like fresh space station, so like maybe like Nick L5 or Crew L4, one of those ones that people don't really go to all that often, I've actually seen them acting pretty normal. Um, I think it's when you're in the bogged down areas or when you're in a really full server, they suffer from the same thing that the AI in the bunkers suffer from. They just turn into turtles because they just can't handle the amount of people on the server.
Well, and it's a step worse than that because if anybody at CIG has any sense, spaceport AI are the lowest step on the priority poll for.
Yeah, I agree with that. They've got other systems that need much more attention right now. But
Well, I don't even mean like in
that being
terms of
said,
coding. I just mean in terms of server resources. Like if your server is dropping frames,
yeah, got the AI to preserve it.
yeah, spaceport AI can stop moving for 5 seconds so that the combat AI don't just stop dead in space like a bag of rocks.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't consider that aspect.
But so I mean that also brings it back to part of the problem is probably just down to they need to finish meshing because when
Yeah,
a separate server can be handling AI tasking for non-essential NPCs, but it can be doing that across 8 servers at a time. That then could be a much more efficient system.
it's true. All right, 99 clicks out. 3 hours and 18 seconds on the recording, or
So
3
it
hours and
sounds
18
like
minutes, I should say.
you're tracking for right at 4 hours, maybe just a hair over.
I hope so. Do you happen to know what the 2 times on the table are?
The one I know of is a hover bike time,
Oh, okay.
and it's like an hour and 10 minutes, so it's not really
Yeah, not a good measure.
no.
What do you mean you did a Cyclone race in under an hour? Yeah, just check it out. I launch myself into space, I land in this C2, the C2 flies over here, I jump out, and I get out. Yeah, this is pretty great terrain. This is like the one that you died out with oxygen loss last time.
I wonder if they'd have a much easier time with some of the stuff they're trying to do if they used one of the newer game engines available now.
No, they'd have the same problem they're having now, which is that game engines aren't designed to scale to the extent that they want them to.
Yeah, like there's nothing bigger as far as like pure game size than Star Citizen right now. Like even the largest game maps that you've seen, like I think there's a Elder Scrolls game, the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. It had a procedurally generated content, but it had a giant map on it. So like the stones, the forest, and everything, and the creatures, those are all procedurally generated back then. But it was huge. Like it was about the size of North America in game. But I mean, the scale of the game that we're playing right now, I mean, it's astronomically bigger, and we don't even have Earth on here yet. You know, and that's
Well, and the
planned.
other issue is that none of it's instant, and
It's true. Yeah, we don't
this
have
is the core
instances.
this is a core tech problem that CIG is always ramming their heads against, is the fact that they're not instancing,
Yep. Because if they
which
did,
is
it would
how
very
everybody else
easily.
solved this problem.
Yep. But you wouldn't have a game like this where you have so much dynamic stuff happening at the same time.
But I remember reading a technical piece a while back about how, like, one of the reasons why CIG settled on CryEngine was so that they could assign just this ludicrous number of bits for every object they're tracking, so that they can assign individual identifiers to all of the 8,000 quick flares that you might drop out of your spaceship and leave on a planet's surface until the shard you're on crashes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, it's that kind of consideration of scale. That's why they had to completely rewrite CryEngine for their needs. Is because they're doing something at scales that video games just aren't built to handle.
Just gonna get some oxygen.
They almost need like an entire supercomputer to act as the server.
Well,
Yeah.
there's an Amazon Web Services rack mount machine for every 100 people playing right now, plus another probably 100 of them handling all the back end, just working as a distributed web.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I mean, that's a lot of processing power. But so I worked at one of the state's data centers for a while, and believe it or not, one IBM mainframe can actually handle the workload of about 4,000 to 6,000 Unix servers.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
good.
mean, depends
So-
on
Different
depends on the
workloads,
servers,
yeah.
but sure.
So when you say an Amazon web server, basically it's
Well, they're
that may
getting a
not even
whole
remotely compare to a modern supercomputer.
sure, but a modern supercomputer is also an expense well beyond the scale of a game development company.
Well,
they probably need more.
They've
than that
raised
to
a
be
lot
able
more
to.
money than most.
And the issue actually is better solved by cluster computing, I would argue, than it is by massive forced single thread performance, because ultimately a lot of the more impressive supercomputers that have been built over the years are designed to focus a lot of energy on a single small batch task.
I feel like most of them are more designed for parallel computing, and that
That's
seems
the
more
modern
suited to
approach.
it.
But the thing is that you can do a cluster across multiple machines just as easily as you can do it in one big machine.
You can, but you can't get them to cross communicate nearly as fast.
Sure, but since you already have a latency out to the user of anywhere from 10 to 150 milliseconds, depending on where they are in the world, because of, the unfortunate realities of light.
I don't think
Are those gains
that's even
worth the
remotely their
cost?
biggest issue, though, right? I mean, it seems like a lot of the problems they have are more related to what they can do on the server side rather than
Well, yeah, because
just transmitting to a.
that's why they're building the meshing, is so that they can split out the load across multiple machines.
Right. Now imagine if that connection between those machines was 1,000 times faster.
Well, those machines will be in the same rack.
Right. But imagine if they were on, say, like the same PCIe bus.
Sure, but how scalable is that?
It should be massively
Who's
scalable.
going to build those for you,
I
spin
believe
them
those
up
have
in their
already
data
been
center
built.
for you on demand and bill you by the hour for them?
Maybe that's a new service.
Might be, but probably not, honestly. I mean, I work in university research, and honestly, across an entire university worth of researchers, they can share a couple of computers at that scale between them, and the cost savings are well worth it. And when somebody gets a wild hair up their ass and wants to buy their very own shiny, sparkly machine to do, some experiment, it winds up mothballed in 5 years because they don't actually need it. And it's all
I
about
mean, you
that
can
dollar
rent
efficiency.
supercomputer time. There's a
Right, but
couple
the
that do
the
that.
cost efficacy is the problem.
I think recently Nvidia has of course bragged about their resources relating to that because they just have tens of thousands of their best GPUs basically all combined for
Oh, the
AI
ones
and
that
stuff.
are
But
the ones that are melting and overheating if you don't do it vertically or whatever. You guys hear about that? Or was it AMD that
that's
had that happen?
AMD actually.
Okay,
That's
yeah. It was like
unfortunately AMD.
the 40 series or whatever.
Nvidia was just setting your computer on fire if you didn't plug your cable in quite all the way.
There you
Yeah, and AMD, you got to orientate it in a certain way,
go. Yeah,
or it won't cool.
it's kind of crazy.
They've both made some pretty serious fuck ups recently, on top of charging massive premiums. So,
Oh yeah, they know
I,
they've
you
got a
know, the the
monopoly on the
recent
market.
the recent price drops for the new AMD chips give me some hope that AMD has recognized that they need to maintain their position as the sane price option
did
and
they
force
drop the
until
price of the 7900s?
the 7900s are decidedly cheaper than the X variants were, and they're kicking the shit out of anything Intel will sell you for the same price. Like the 13900 is a great chip, but you can't, for price for performance, you cannot touch it and expect to get anything good out of it. So, but yeah, I
Well,
think the new 7900s are it's like $150 cheaper than the X, if I recall.
That's cool.
I'm actually referring to GPUs, but
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Oh, that I have no idea about. I know my the hell is this thing? 6750 was, you know,
You got a 6750?
I did.
I
better than
got a
what I got.
6750.
Yeah, my 590 ate shit and died on me like the weekend before a big race, and I was like, you know what, I'm done trying to fix this.
You're talking about GPU, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, those ones that they put out right before Nvidia released their 4000 series or whatever. I don't remember. I just remember I was on YouTube and there's that guy Jay's 2 cents, and he put out a video saying, "Hey, look, these brand new ones, and they're actually at decent prices." And I was like, "Cool, sold. Like, give me one. I need one. I'm building a computer right now, and that fits my budget." And that's about the time that I got into Star Citizen again.
I'm still I'm a little outdated now. I guess 2070 Super. So
Hey, nothing wrong with one of those. But it keeps it
honestly,
going.
I was impressed with how long the 590 kind of hung out in there, and I was still able to play, like normal video games in 4K and be at playable frame rates with it. But
Yeah.
I admit this has been a nice upgrade.
I just want to know where they come up with. I think they say the average upgrade time frame is like every 2 years for people.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's because
Uh,
they're including businesses.
Oh, okay.
I'm
That
like
makes
I'm
sense
more
then.
like 6 years.
Yep.
Yeah, see, if you look at the Steam hardware survey, that will tell you how wrong that is right now. because the most popular graphics card is always the bottom price model 2 generations behind NVIDIA.
It's true.
Well, it's because 98% of people don't want to or can't spend
$5,000.
$700 on a fucking video card alone.
Well, yeah, but that's
Well,
also, I mean,
that's MSRP.
that's also
though,
a
if you're
relatively
lucky.
recent development
No, that's true.
that it was easy to spend that much.
Hopefully, now that crypto mining is drastically decreased, we will see more common sense in our buyers.
I
and of
think
course,
both
suppliers to lower
NVIDIA
their
and AMD
prices.
have drunk their own Kool-Aid,
Oh
and they're
yeah,
just going to keep trying to swing for the fences. I'm hoping that AMD is recognizing that there's value in being the value proposition and being
yeah.
known as the price to performance choice. But I'm not holding my breath.
Oh
But yeah,
man,
the idea that this rig, the original incarnation of it, cost me all of $800 to build,
yeah,
and it's not even that old. And I was able to play any game I wanted to play at a decent frame rate, at a good resolution. And now, here we are. I could not get the equivalent graphics card in the market today for that amount of money.
No,
Forget
yeah.
the rest of the computer.
I remember my first real graphics card was a GTX 260. And it was about $200. That same thing now is at least double that.
crazy.
Inflation doesn't account for it. It's inflation plus 100%.
Yeah. Swing wide when you get here, Tent. When you're about 100 meters or 100 kilometers from the final thing, swing wide because there's a horrendous rock field I'm going through right now.
I think it's unavoidable.
It
I've
has
seen
to
a lot
be
of people
avoidable.
complaining about that section. I don't think you can really do anything but go through it.
Smash through it.
There you go.
The Cyclone is tough, but I don't know that that's recommended.
There we go. Just gotta find the ramps. Launch myself above all this mess.
But yeah, on the AI front, I do feel a little bit for CIG in the sense that like they had this huge record-breaking funding year in 2021 and they dropped the financials not that long ago, and it's like, oh, by the way, of that record-breaking funding, a full quarter of it went to pay for the servers to run the game.
Right. It's crazy. It's gonna be an expensive game to run, that's for sure. I don't know. I'd personally would be okay with the subscription if they decided to do it. As long as it's reasonable. Like nowadays you subscribe to all sorts of things. So
I mean,
just
I
trade it out.
hate the fact that you have to subscribe to all sorts of things now. But
It's true, it's true. I miss Blockbuster so much. Like being
so
able to
far
just
as
say,
something goes with, where you have to support a server, a substantial server hardware,
yeah,
you keep it working, I can kind of understand.
I mean, it's that choice of, do we keep selling new and power creep inducing spaceships forever, or do we charge people a subscription fee?
yeah,
Right. At the same time, though, I do remember, more old school gaming. I started with a game called it was Nova Logic Joint Operations,
okay.
and they left those servers. In fact, I think they're still up. It's like a 2006-ish game, and those servers are still online.
Nice.
I mean,
The company's defunct, but somebody actually took over the servers.
A lot of those
Um,
older games, though, the heavy load is actually client side, and the online server is just coordinating a peer to peer.
you would think this, so that particular game actually pioneered some of the best large scale FPS. The maps were really, really large for the time. I mean, they were kilometers wide.
That's cool.
And there was a mod where you could get, I believe it was 200 players in one server.
Dang.
And
Great
we'd
FPS
get
game, that's
online
awesome.
and have these massive wars between two armies, about 100 guys each. And yeah, we could crash out the server doing certain things. So there was parts of it that were definitely server side heavy.
I mean, even if you're talking about just the communication aspect of that, that's a heavy load in the sense of having to track, inform, update, and process actions that interact with all of the players for 200 people. That's a shitload of that's not a small amount of work you're doing there.
No. In fact, I still don't know of any games that top that player number
Mm,
either. That's it still may actually hold the the
record.
title for that,
That's cool.
um, especially for such an old game. And it also had some of the best bullet physics ever. In fact, I think it still has the best. It was one of the very, very few that actually calculated a physical bullet.
Nice. Didn't
And
have to deal with
so,
the weird rainbow thing that shoots out of the gun.
no, it was all a physical bullet, and so speed and weight all mattered. Bullet drop and all that were all very, very realistic. So there were definitely some cool things. And the other really cool thing is you could make custom maps and no one had to download them prior.
Nice. Just like you hosted it or what?
Yep, you could host your own servers, you could design your own maps, and anybody could log in.
That's pretty dope.
I made one special map where I really played with the AI and limits of the coding on what you could do with the map maker and stuff, and I created an elevator system using AI and a helicopter.
That's cool.
So I understand the glitches that they're going through with Star Citizen and elevators. They never like to play nice.
Nope.
Well, and they're paying the price a little bit for cheating them in the first place.
Mm,
Because if the elevators were physicalized, then they wouldn't have half the problems they have. It's that
true.
that transition state between being objects with collision and not being objects with collision that gets them. We have entirely different problems with objects that have collision.
I mean, it would have taken a lot more work to
Oh,
actually
absolutely.
program out physical routes for them.
It absolutely would have.
We did it for the
This was
trains.
almost certainly the smarter way to do it, and yet it does create this one little problem where if the server and your client disagree with where you are in relation to the elevator when it becomes physical, outside you go.
My favorite is when you're trying to leave a medical facility only to be killed by the elevator attempting to leave.
Yeah. Or dropped out. So you have to like kill yourself to get out of there anyway.
Would fit. Oh, just oh.
I know, right? You squeeze through, and then you're like, dang it, where'd that rock come from?
I mean, that terrain looks pretty cool though.
It sure does. I mean, I'd love to do like a little free for all shootout here with tanks and cyclones with turrets and people with rail guns, and sniper
Did
rifles.
Did I not manage to talk you into signing up for Hearst and Hurt Locker for some reason?
No, what's that?
So same group that does the Daymar rally does a free for all
Tank battle.
in a crater on Magda.
Nice.
There's a couple different divisions. One is the like civilian vehicles divisions, which looks like cyclones and dragonflies,
There you go.
and then the military vehicles division where you get Spartans and Novas and whatnot.
That's pretty dope.
And yeah, it's basically the crater is the battlefield. Last man standing wins.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to
You
do
know, barring a few glitches, the FPS on Star Citizen is really not that bad.
that.
No,
It's
honestly,
They
fantastic.
did a pretty decent job.
sort of semi-realistic FPS goes, they've really kind of hit the feel. It's just the AI that's the issue.
Yeah.
The AI, there's some other bugs with reloading and stuff, but I mean,
Yeah, a lot of that is just network timing and sync stuff,
Gosh
where
darn, no.
something happens on your client, but the server doesn't think it happened, and states get mixed matched.
I was doing one 890 jump mission, and for whatever reason, I couldn't hold on to the gun. Like I could get it up, and it would stay there for about a half a second, and then drop to the floor. And then after 2 or 3 times of that, you couldn't pick that gun up anymore. It was stuck on the floor.
Yeah, that is a server latency states thing, where like your client goes, "Hey server, this guy took his gun out," and the server goes, "No, he didn't."
I think I'm free. Oh, I'm gonna avoid that one like the plague.
Well, I think you're out of the massive rock section.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, I'm getting off.
Have a good night.
Yeah, later. You too. Good luck.
Thanks. What are you into right now with the race? Whereabouts are you?
I am 76 clicks behind you.
Oh yeah, that rock field slowed me down.
And I'm in big rolling hills, but without too much in the way of rock.
Nice.
So it's going pretty well.
That's good. There's a really great place to dolphin as soon as you get out of that horrible mess of a rock field. I don't know exactly how big it is or how to get around it, but if you can, I'd say it'd be worth it, even if it's like a 5-kilometer detour personally. But maybe not, I don't know. And 55.9 clicks. And closing. Finally closing. Felt like I crawled when I hit 75 clicks away. It was just agony. really big valleys up here too. I think I'm hearing a ship. Or maybe not. Oh, the end is in sight. Well, not sight, but I can feel it. I can see why they only hold this once a year. Like, don't get me wrong, if it's like I've got 3 hours to kill, or maybe 4 hours to kill rather, and I just feel like chilling in a car for a really long time, I'd go for it. Why not?
But yeah, I mean, it's also just the coordination of it all.
Oh yeah, I mean, the logistical side of this is a nightmare. If I
You know,
didn't
they've
have
got
these boxes, I'd be screwed beyond belief. Can you imagine trying to
200
map this out with beacons?
214 teams on the roster,
Crazy.
and you know, for each one of those, 4 staff members, security pilots, people to pad out the servers so they don't just immediately fill with trolls.
True. No! My boost that would have gotten me over the lip of that, possibly. Maybe just smashing into the wall instead. Ran out. So that's a bummer. Oh well. It's low G. Come on. It's the wheelies. The wheelies kill me. There's so many valleys. Oh no. I hit a little rock on my way into a valley and it spun me up. Oh, luckily I landed the right way. So it's at least that. Yeah, it'd be awesome to just be like, alright, let's go to Magda, let's go to Daymar, let's go wherever, and just do a quick little tank battle with other land vehicles, and we'll have sniper stations and railgun stations and all this other stuff. Oh dear. Yeah, boosting into a ravine is not really ideal. That's not so bad. Just wish I could avoid all these giant
I think I've found the
valleys.
land of giant ass ravines.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Canyons. These are canyons. These are right proper canyons.
Yeah, that's true. It does make me wonder in the physical. Darn, I just smacked this rock real horribly. In the physical, like, scale of these canyons, I wonder how big they relate to the Grand Canyon in Arizona. and other big canyons here on Earth. I mean, I'm sure they're not as massive in some spots, but perhaps in others they're like, yeah, this is the big wide spot or whatever. It'd be interesting to look into
If
that.
these were scaled up to like scale size in terms of the planets, they would undoubtedly be massive relative to
The player
Earth features.
character. Oh, yeah, that's true. Because, like, I think that the only planet big enough to be even big, like as big as Earth, is Crusader.
Yeah, because everything's 1/6 scale. I think it
Yeah,
was.
which makes sense. We don't want to just have players getting super bored flying around really astronomically long distances. Alright, let's see. I need to get out of these canyons. I'm just going to follow this canyon. This is actually a really cool canyon. But I'm going to follow it. Hopefully, it leads to less canyons in the future. Alright, 39 clicks and closing. Ooh, I'm heading right towards a rock. Oh, boom. Oh, that was lucky I bounced on top and kept going. Okay, small rock field is doable. Oh man, there's some monumental mountains that I have to cross. This is awesome, but also crazy. No! I hate it. This is the worst thing that can happen when you land and only your wheel hits and makes impact with the rock. And so what happens is like your wheel gets like absorbed into the rock somewhat.
And yeah, you get stuck for a
You
minute.
get stuck for a minute until your wheel gets out. Like it just happened in my bumper again. Oh man, that sucks. my cyclone was going up the side of the ravine, and there was a rock jutting out, and it like slapped me backwards. I keep feeling like I'm hearing a spaceship flying around. It's freaking me out that I'm gonna get this far and then they're gonna blow me up. This is really crazy. I'm losing a lot of time. I'm probably not gonna get under 4 hours, which is a sad thing, but you know, it happens. Yeah, especially with something like that happening. Just got smacked back to the middle of the ravine that I'm in, or the valley. Yay! Found the top of the mountain. Now I can avoid it. Somewhat. I'm basically already at it. 33 clicks. All I gotta do is get 33 clicks. Oh, this terrain is rough. Super bumpy. Like, not just the rocks everywhere, but like the actual terrain itself is really bumpy. Very mountainous. But it's starting to get flatter again. hate this. There's so many valleys and so many freaking cliffs everywhere. And I'm hitting every single one of them. I mean, the bonus side is whenever I land, I have like a full tank of boost. The downside is I get to wait for 30 seconds while I fall. Probably not that bad, but yeah, definitely gonna have to get up in a ship and see if there's a way to avoid all this horrible mess in the future.
Yeah, definitely need to do some mapping on
Reconnaissance.
this end of the course.
Oh yeah. Like, really great screenshot material, but there's just like no end in sight to what I'm going through. I guess there is. It's 27.5 kilometers away. I just wonder if Gudor's like in the middle of the mountains or something. That would make sense. Like, I'm just hitting mountain after mountain. Okay, there's a valley I can ride for a bit.
Oh, the shadows are getting long, and I am not looking forward to driving through what you're describing in the dark.
It's true, man. There's like horrible waves on the floor. Like, that's the thing. Like, usually when you hit mountains, you can at least ride the bottom valleys, but the bottom valleys in this section, they're just crazy wavy. And I mean, they look like freaking ripples in a pond, but massively scaled. And then earlier it was just really bumpy. But I'm coming up on the face of this massive mountain right now, and hopefully we'll see rolling hills on the other side. But time will tell. 24.7 away, and a bigger mountain. I can see why this is like towards the end of it. You're just like, I'm so glad I'm done. Uh-oh, that's a rock. Oh, good. I hit it so hard that I continued to go up the rock, and then I just ended up scaling the rock. That works. There are some high passes that you can kind of weave your way through, is what I'm trying to do now. They're difficult to catch, because you have to go through the low passes sometimes to get in between. I mean, you can definitely send yourself sailing over them like I'm doing right now, but you've got to deal with it somehow or another just because the distances are so big. So you find yourself boosting through on this crazy rough terrain and smacking into everything. At least that's what it feels like. But it's not too bad if you get the path right. I just wish that the direction I was trying to go was not perpendicular to the direction of these mountainous ravines and valleys. So that's about what it is. I think I have the right perpendicular. It's like the opposite of parallel, right? 22.5. Going around this mountain. Maybe I should go that way. Let's see. Let's see what it has in store over there. Maybe it's worth going to the right of all these mountains. Maybe they take it's kind of long away. There we go. This is some speed at least. Here's what I want to know. Is there a vehicle, like a ground vehicle or a hover vehicle, that is fast enough to keep up with the sun? Oh, when you get to the mountains, go to the right. You'll hit valleys, but they're better than the mountains. They're more manageable because you can ride the high sections. And I wish I'd been over there, but it's too late now. Well, I'll catch the tail end of it, I think. 20.7 kilometers away.
Yeah, I'm in the atrocious rock field right now.
There you go. That one's a pretty horrible one. Come on. There we go. Get over there. Okay. Those mountains are blocking me. Now I just gotta avoid the big giant valleys, or at least ride the tops of them. It is cool. I mean, we have these new neighbors that just moved in, and I guess they're night owls. Like, I have an office that faces their house, and I'm sitting here with my window open, not the actual glass, but the screen, or I guess the shade, the blinds. And their door for the garage keeps opening and shutting and opening and shutting. I'm like, oh, that's where they are all the time. They're night owls. Oh no. Oh, there we go. That was good. 17 and closing. A lot faster this time, which is great. Yes, I wish you a lot of luck in the dark with only your headlights. It is horrible. I'm so glad I hit the spot that you're at when it was daylight, although I just smacked into a big rock. What would be interesting is if they ever implement something that you see in some video games, like I don't know if you ever played the Grand Theft Auto games, but you can like do a head-on collision in a vehicle and destroy your headlights. That'd be interesting if they implemented that someday. So you're sitting here racing in the dark and then someone smacks into you and like, crap, I can't see anything, you know? That'd be pretty cool, especially if it's like the middle of a storm and the visibility is atrocious.
I could definitely get behind that as a destructible vehicle item.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Ugh, 14 and a half. Nearly there. So once we're in Kujor, that's it, right?
Yeah, I think it's the same as Eager Flats. I think you have to go inside.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely go inside. Where am I at with oxygen? I am at like halfway, something like that. I think I have one more oxygen on me. Oh, ground just went away. I hope it's soft underneath, wherever I land. Oh, okay, this is just like the base of the mountain. I've got to go around or over. Oh gosh, there's rocks everywhere. I spoke too soon. We got a giant hill climb with all these boulders and everything in the way. Did I just high center myself? Oh, please say I didn't high center myself. Okay, good. That was scary. That really sucked. I just would have gotten out and started walking. You could have given me a ride when you got here. Oh no! I'm getting blown over. That was crazy. I'm definitely not able to get over that. Oh my gosh, these mountains are crazy. Like these mountains make those other mountains look easy. These mountains are crazy. It's like somebody took giant fingers, just like took everything they could out of the mountain. And they're like, you can have these really small slivers. That's why I'm powering up one right now. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I'm being overly dramatic. It's just because it's dark and I'm scared I'm gonna run into something or fall off the cliff. Oh, nice. Okay. Could like mellow it out a lot up here. Okay, just under 12 clicks. There's a ramp. Let's go. Oh, no, that's just a rock. Just ran myself into something. Oh gosh, this is terrifying. I'm just like racing downhill as fast as I can into the pitch black. I'm gonna get blown over again. There's like really high crosswinds right now where I'm racing, and so anytime I get too much air at the wrong angle, I think my Cyclone is just getting like blown over. Okay. The nice thing about the night sky is that you have kind of a compass. Like, I now know that I need to head towards the 2 green stars surrounded by whatever gas giant cloud things are called in space. Oh man, these are massive hills and valleys. Oh, that was weird. I think I just saw the rocks like shift over like 3 or 4 meters. Like
That's
all of them at the same time.
that's normal.
Okay.
As you approach the, well, I know it's normal for Eager. I don't know if it's normal for Gudor, but it would make sense for the same reason. There's like a different grid around the landable locations, or the like
Makes sense, yeah, for the
the
points of
locations that
interest
have
here.
some hand placed assets.
Yep, it makes sense. I'm just super surprised that like whatever package he dropped off at this location is still there. I'm just really grateful for that. That'll mainly be my job once I get there. Oh dear, I just went off the back of a giant mountain. Where am I trying to go? I can't even see where the package is. Oh crap, I don't even see where the package is. Where the heck's my car? Okay, it's right there. 6,000. Let's do this! Oh darn it. That's the hardest thing I think for me with these rocks in the nighttime is I don't know how big they are sometimes because you can't see the whole thing. And so then a rock that you think you could scale if you smack into and you have to totally back out of. 2,000. Okay. I kind of see where I need to go. Now it's just a matter of getting off this stupid mountain. Oh, I won't lie, I'm so looking forward to the wipe. I've got too much clutter. Like, so much clutter. It's just crazy how much clutter I've got. All the extra crap that I get for events. All the extra bottles of everything. And the med pen, not the med pens, the med guns. The tractor beams. It just piles up so fast. It is nice though that selling it and like sometimes just getting rid of it helps not come back when you do a factory set. Still, I hope that that character like, restart tool or whatever they're doing like helps with that. That would be dope. Could have been flying backwards. There it is. I see the lights. I'm so close. Okay, there's definitely a better way to get here. Because there's like rolling plains for miles and miles and miles all around this place. I'm thinking when you see the giant mountains after you get out of the rock field, hang a hard right, and you'll be good as gold. Wait, what? Is somebody shooting at me? Oh no, that's the mining things. Yes, I hope it is. Alright. Green Taco, reporting in just under 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutes 19 and 2, minus maybe 2 minutes? I don't know.